Section 1 of Hearth and Home Collected Poems and Stories. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Hearth and Home Collected Poems and Stories by Various. My Native Village Bells. Again I hear them, soft and low, come sweeping o'er the plain, with feelings once 'twas heaven to know, and bliss to feel again. For though I've dwelt where music all the soul to rapture swells, I never heard sounds could thrill my heart like yours, my village bells. Sweet bells, my native village bells, how many a tune to memory dear their plaintive notes recall, the school, the dance upon the green, and thee, more dear than all. Dear wife, when life's long noon is o'er, my fancy fondly tells, in quiet may we pass our days, where sound our village bells. Sweet bells, my native village bells. End of Section 1, read by Elsie Selwyn. Section 2 of Hearth and Home Collected Poems and Stories by Various. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Storm and Summer by Emma Alice Brown. Slow sailing from the dreary west, the dun clouds, fringed with murky gloom, topple across the craggy crest that guards these isles of summer bloom. The mild wind rises, sobs and falls, the dark pines writhe with gusty moan, and o'er the trembling mountain walls an echo of the sea is blown. Hush! Silence, like a hint of death, smites the gray, awful solitudes. The shrill winds pause and hold their breath in the green fastness of the woods. Down comes the rushing black-browed storm, the broad hoarse thunders echo nigher, the lightning with a red right arm is sowing all the dark with fire. Rolling and rattling down the blue, his murky chariot glimmers past, the crackling woods before him strew the stormy trophies of the blast. Crash, rattling, roaring, rolling far, the dissonance of tempest reels, till every shaken mountain bar rings back the answering thunder peals. End of Section 2, read by Elsie Selwyn. Section 3 of Hearth and Home Collected Poems and Stories by Various. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Fighting a Conger by Dr. Joseph Sharp. Some few summers ago, a friend of mine, much given to piscatorial matters, requested my company and assistance to capture the sea serpent, or a respectable imitation of that mythical creature. Not being up in matters piscatorial, it took several lectures of my learned friend to lift me to the dignified knowledge of conger hunting. My eyes were opened, my imagination magnificently stirred, my soul winged, my arm nerved, my feet shod with a piscatorial preparation extraordinary. I had battled the snake, killed the brown bear, and been cuddled by the black, had been scratched by the tiger, faced the lion, and defeated the elephant. But all this was accomplished on terra firma, with weapons that gave me every advantage of the enemies around me. Fighting a fish was a new sensation, a new excitement, a new exercise on a new element. The sun had gone down, had buried himself head and ears in golden glory, in fact was sound asleep, when Johnny Morgan gave me an oar to pull the boat to the mooring place, some 5 miles away. There were several boats on the ground where congers most abound, and that place was the Mewstone, near Plymouth, Devon, England. The night was calm and lovely, not a breath stirred, not a wave stirred. All around was as noiseless as the shades of death, save the occasional splash of an oar. It was a stilly starlit night, the very time propitious for conquering Congers. Our boat was on the wave, her moorings in the sea. The great fish wandered to and fro, and wondered who were we. "Take them hooks and lines out of the stern of the boat," whispered Johnny, "and bait the hooks with that mackerel. Congers are just as great cannibals as ever were human beings. If some of our brethren like roast missionary, Congers like raw mackerel." We had carefully baited our hooks and slid them over the side of the boat, and waited for the bell to ring, that we might entertain strangers, if perchance they should call. "Now then, for that brandy and soda in the sandwich," said Johnny, "and don't forget to take a tidy lot, to keep the cold out and the heat in, as well as your courage up." We had scarcely commenced when Johnny suggested that a stranger was jerking the other end of our line. We at once made preparations to receive the stranger in due form. Gaff and hatchet were at hand. We hauled the line carefully at first, letting out a little occasionally as the ocean stranger required, and finally landed, or rather floored, a young conger of about 20 pounds. I always feel several degrees of complacency and self-congratulation in conquering or capturing a new sort of enemy. I did in this case. I even took another drop of brandy and soda, and drank to the health of all good congers. I was, however, by no means in liquor, and was never accused of hard drinking. I was only admiring the stars, and felt happy. Just then, in the midst of my reverie in little local heaven, the boat commenced to move. The stern swung around slowly but gradually, until it had boxed the compass. "Whom have we here?" said Johnny. "The sea serpent has got us in tow, has swallowed our moorings, and is about to take us out to sea." For at that moment the boat ceased its circular movement and commenced to move in a direct line seaward. The fact was, a very large conger had hold of a line over the stern of the boat, and was merely making a circuitous route to find out what he had hold of, or what had hold of him. In doing so, he had entangled the line several times around the rope attached to the moorings, and so powerful was the fish that he moved the boat, moorings and all, for nearly 1/4 of a mile. "This won't do," cried Johnny. "In with the rope and moorings, and let's see what the deuce has got hold of it." We soon found it to be a conger, and had the fish near the gunwale of the boat, when all at once he floundered away with a sudden jerk, carrying Johnny overboard with him, gaff and all. Here was some sensation and a great deal of excitement, as the sequel will prove. Johnny was soon aboard again, having the rope in his hand, or rather a part of it, for the fish had bitten the rope in two, just above the moorings. The fishing line, however, he could not manage to get off with. I proposed cutting the hook line and letting him go, but Johnny's blood was up, and he declared that himself or that fish must die. Fortunately securing our gaff, we determined to do our best to get him on board and dispatch him. After making every preparation, we commenced to haul him in, but had several times to give him line again, until we considered we had exhausted his strength, and would now have him either by hook or by crook, or both. "Stand by with that gaff," said Johnny, "and as soon as you have a chance, let him have it, and when he is in the boat, let that hatchet open his head." No sooner said than done. We boated him, and he made us bolt. I was about to raise the murderous weapon, the hatchet, when his tail came into collision with some part of my body, removing me several yards from the boat into the water. 'Twas well I could swim. During my absence, Johnny had a fair stand-up fight with the monster. The fish twice knocked the hatchet out of his hand and knocked him down afterward. In fact, he cleared the boat, for we had to hold on to the gunwale on the outside until the fish died from exhaustion. He weighed 95 pounds. End of section 3, read by Elsie Selwyn. Section 4 of Hearth and Home, Collected Poems and Stories, by Various. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. A White Lie by Colonel Prentice Ingram. It was during the 10 Years' War in Cuba that the bluff old captain of a filibuster steamer that had landed on the coast with arms and munitions of war for the Patriots discovered that he could not discharge his cargo and get to sea before daylight, so would have to risk lying in the lagoon all day where his vessel was then unloading her most valued freight. Determined during the day to see if there were any Cubans near, for none had met the steamer there, the captain, accompanied by 2 youths, began to reconnoiter the surrounding country. He had gone in one direction and was returning in another down a canyon, when he beheld a party of 3 men earnestly talking together. The boys were following behind, so the skipper called to them to hide, while he tried to do the same. But the men had caught sight of him, and he at once knew they were Spaniards. He also felt sure that they had been watching the unloading of the cargo and the hiding of it, and would report it to a Spanish garrison a few leagues away. This they must not do, the skipper decided, and he determined to prevent it, if in his power. "I say, lads, just you keep in hiding, and those fellows will think I'm alone, but we'll fool them. There they come now," said the filibuster. The 3 Spaniards had held a hasty conversation together, and then, tying a white handkerchief upon a stick, held it aloft and advanced. Here was evidently an officer, and of one of the Spanish guerrilla bands. "That's a white lie, but I'll chance it, and trust to you 2 boys," said the skipper as the 3 Spaniards approached, the one with the white flag being in advance of the others. From trading in the West Indies, the captain had learned to speak Spanish, so called and demanded to know what they wanted. "We are Cubans, from General Ryan's camp, and are sent to say a command will arrive tonight to get the supplies, for you belong to the steamer discharging in the lagoon, I take it." "I'll chance it, but you keep your eyes open, boys," said the captain, and he called out that he had gotten lost and was trying to find his way back to the steamer. The Spaniards came forward and told him to join them, and they would lead him there. "It's a white lie, boys, so be ready," whispered the captain, and he left his hiding place. A moment more, and the skipper joined the 3 men, who at once sprung upon him to make him a prisoner. But 2 shots rang out from behind the rocks, and 2 of the 3 Spaniards dropped dead. With a yell of terror, the 3rd attempted to run, but the grip of the old skipper was upon him, and he was held fast until the boys came up and tied him securely. That night, General Ryan and 1,000 Cubans, with pack mules, came to the lagoon and got the much-needed freight. But had these Spaniards escaped, it would have all fallen into Spanish hands, and the Patriots would have been ambushed and cut to pieces. One of these lads, Enrique Munoz, was later killed in Cuba when a captain of cavalry, while the other, Henry D. Phillips, served the Patriots well and is today a well-known merchant of Philadelphia, while the gallant old filibuster died at sea and found a grave in its depths. End of section 4. Read by Elsie Selwyn. Section 5 of Hearth and Home, Collected Poems and Stories by Various. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Summer Song. These roses red, to summer's softest breezes wed, that sweep with golden wing and mouth from you blue chambers of the south. What sweet philosophers are they, rejoicing in the passing ray. See how they, with their souls of love, bask in the splendor from above. What perfect happiness is theirs, and all these evanescent airs. What, though an autumn palm must gloom, shall they not still enjoy their bloom? O lovely little teachers, thus breathe your philosophy for us. He worships best who takes the light, although at last there must be a night, nor woos the shadow of the tomb before its time o'er beings bloom. End of section 5. Read by Elsie Selwyn. Section 6 of Hearth and Home, Collected Poems and Stories by Various. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. A Strange Wildcat by Emerson Bennett. "Well, Jimmy," said Chant, with a yawn. "Well, old man, what shall we do today?" "Yes," chimed in Mac, as he peered over the huge pile of fish bones collecting before him. "What shall we do? I'm tired of hauling out trout. And as for squirrels, they aren't gamey enough for sport." We were camping out on the Beaver Kill, a large spring brook that winds about the bases of the Delaware Hills in eastern New York. Our party numbered 3: Tom Chandler, Billy McGill, and the narrator, Jimmy. It was the morning of Friday, our 10th day out, and for an hour the sunbeams had been streaming down through the tasseled foliage of the pines overhead. Chant had just finished breakfast and was now seated with his back against a hemlock, busily engaged in untangling a fish line. Mac was still shoveling away what he very questionably called his rations. "Perhaps you are tired of hauling trout out, Mac," said I, "but an impartial observer would say that you aren't by any means tired of hauling 'em in." Mac made no reply. He was too full of trout and indignation for that. So I continued, "Fishing has become rather monotonous, fellows. Still, I don't see what else we can do. Grouse are out of season, and there's nothing else here in the way of game but a few big hares that aren't worth the powder to shoot 'em." A long silence followed this bit of conversation, a silence broken only by the murmur of the neighboring brook and the sharp twitter of a sparrow in the clump of alders beside the stream. "Guess you're having a purty good time on it, boys." The words fell upon our ears like the crack of a rifle. Down went the fish line and bark plates, and up we sprang, looking wildly to right and left. "Sorta skeered you, didn't I? Hee ha ha." We turned. Upon the hillside behind us, and half concealed by tree trunks, stood a dumpy little man clad in homespun, whose broad mouth was making convulsive efforts to swallow his ears. Not a very terrific object, but then we had little expected a visitor at that hour of the morning. "Camping out, eh?" "Yes," answered Mac, adding as he caught sight of the rusty fowling piece in the stranger's hand, "Been hunting?" "Well, ruther. This here gun ain't worth much, though. Got any shooting irons yourselves?" Chant answered this question by stepping to the shanty and bringing out our firearms, a Spencer rifle and a breech-loading shotgun, which he handed to our interrogator. "Them's well-looking guns. Do they shoot good?" "Oh, first rate. Killed anything much since you came into the woods?" "Yes, squirrels and a few woodcocks," I replied. "Wal, boys, I can give ye something a good deal better'n that to shoot. There's been a tarnation big wildcat skulking round my farm for about a week, and last night he laid out 2 of my purtiest lambs. I found their carcasses this morning. I've been out to see if I couldn't find some traces of the warmint, but I can't. He'll come back again tonight, though, and if you're a mind to come down and watch for him, I guess you can stop his wind. What say?" "How do you know he'll be back?" asked Mac in a doubting tone. "Wal, the lambs being torn soft, they warn't good for nothing. I left 'em right where they laid, thinking I'd set a trap for the critter. He'll be sure to come back to finish his meal. Them cats allus does, and when he smells that 'ere mutton once, he won't be long comin' for it, I can tell ye." Some further conversation followed, in the course of which we learned that the farmer's name was Jenks, and that his home lay in the forest a mile or so to the southwest. As might be inferred from the opening sentences of our story, the result of the talk was that we agreed to lie in wait for the wildcat that night. Satisfied with this promise, Jenks, after leaving us minute directions as to the location of his cabin, shouldered his dilapidated gun, and crossing the brook, soon disappeared in the dense woods beyond. Contrary to my expectations, the day passed quickly. Early in the morning, we set out to explore a small brook that emptied into the stream on which we were encamped, about a mile above. Trout were plentiful, and the brook proved to be of considerable length. It was, therefore, past 5 o'clock in the afternoon before we returned to camp. As we had promised to be at Jenks at 7, there was little time to spare, and preparations for the expedition were immediately begun. I cleaned the rifle and filled its magazine with 7 selected cartridges. Chant polished up the shotgun and loaded for it a half-dozen shells, charging each with 1.25 ounces of buckshot. Lastly, that they might be more readily perceived in the darkness, we brightened the sights of both guns with quicksilver. Meantime, Mac had been preparing the customary fried trout and griddle cakes. This repast was soon disposed of, and then, after smothering the fire and securing the shanty, we struck out for the farmer's cabin. For some distance our way lay over a succession of low hills covered with white pines. Slippery pine needles lying thick upon the sloping ground rendered the walking far from easy. We were not sorry, therefore, when at the end of half an hour we struck a somewhat lonely-looking road, evidently little traveled. Forcing our way through the brush piles separating it from the woods, we went on down the grass-grown wagon track, taking the direction indicated by our visitor of the morning. The sun had sunken behind the treetops, though here and there a beam shot through a chance opening in the palisade of trees, and fell in a golden stream across our path. Overhead, the blue of the sky was deepening into black, and the night hawks were wheeling in ever-varying circles. But still the chickburies chattered and barked from their slender perches in the pines, or scurried up the gray trunks with a clatter and rush that more than once brought Mac's gun halfway from his shoulder. We had walked on thus for about half an hour when the wall of pines on our right gave place to a good-sized clearing, in the center of which stood a moss-grown log cabin, flanked by the inseparable potato patch. On a tree trunk before the door was a man puffing a short black pipe. As we approached, he looked up. It was Jenks. "Got round, have ye? 'Gin to think ye warn't a-comin'. Had your grub?" We told him that we had eaten supper, and then, having learned that the sheep pasture where we were to watch was yet some distance away, suggested that before night came on it might be well to take a look at the scene of the wildcat's depredations. "Well, guess you're right," said Jenks as he arose. Donning his coat, he gave the belt supporting his breeches a twitch, and crossing the road, entered a dense growth of hardwood trees. We followed close at his heels, but Jenks was a woodsman, and it taxed our energies to the utmost to keep pace with his rapid strides. So there was little chance for conversation. We descended a hill. At its base flowed a broad and rapid stream. Crossing this on a fallen hemlock, we hit upon a well-worn cattle path, which led us to the summit of a precipitous ridge, crowned with a belt of lofty pines. These trees fringed a clearing, perhaps 25 rods broad and twice as many long. It was covered with a sparse growth of coarse wild grass interspersed with seedling evergreens. Ridges of rock cropped out here and there on its surface, and great boulders were scattered everywhere. Near the center of the field rose a single tree, a huge chestnut. Altogether, it was a desolate-looking spot. As we entered the clearing, I noticed, some distance below and to the right of the solitary chestnut, two white, indistinguishable masses that I at once judged to be the dead lambs. Jenks informed me that my conjecture was correct, and sure enough, as we drew nearer, there they lay, each with a gaping red hole in its neck. The lambs had been killed by a bite in the throat, but they were also much torn about the flanks. The bodies lay about 50 feet apart. Long before these investigations were finished, the sun had gone down behind the western hills, and twilight was now setting over the somber forest. It was high time to make ready for our vigil. Agreeably to the farmer's advice, we selected a spot opposite the chestnut, in the outskirts of the previously mentioned belt of woods below the clearing. It was a little hollow made by the uprooting of a giant pine, whose huge stump formed for us a very acceptable shelter. This hollow we proceeded to fill with hemlock boughs. Jenks remained to give advice and assistance until he saw us fairly embarked on the enterprise. Then, with a cheery "Good luck," he took his leave, while we lay down on the fragrant boughs and began conversing in low tones. Time passed on. One by one the stars twinkled out in the gray sky, and the tree-toads, waking from their diurnal nap, began to pipe their shrill note from the neighboring oaks. A light wind, sighing through the pines overhead, bore to our ears the monotonous brawl of the brook below, and from the hemlocks on the opposite hillside came the occasional wild hoo-hoo of an owl. About 8:30 chant, expecting to see nothing of the wildcat before midnight, proposed that 2 of us should sleep for an hour or so while the 3rd kept watch. Mac and I consented. Too much excited by the novelty of our position to feel at all sleepy, I volunteered to stand guard. Chant and Mac, however, were without trouble on the score of nervousness, and burying their heads under the hemlock sprigs to secure protection from the attacks of insects, were soon asleep. Left alone, I busied myself with fighting mosquitoes, and running over the events of the past week, now and then casting a glance over the moonlit clearing, but no wildcat made his appearance. As the night wore on, the breeze freshened and shifted around to the south. Was it blowing up a storm? I was not long left in doubt, for soon great masses of leaden clouds began to roll up from the southern sky. Wider and wider they spread. Star after star disappeared, and before long the moon itself was engulfed. A thick gloom now obscured every object in the field before me. I could yet make out, however, the round outlines of the chestnut, and still through the darkness there gleamed 2 bright spots that I knew to be the bodies of the dead lambs. I had been watching for about an hour, I think, and was beginning to believe that our adventure would exist only in imagination, when all at once, as I gazed out into the clearing, it seemed to me that one of those almost phosphorescent spots disappeared. Drawing my hand across my eyes, I looked again. There were the 2 spots as bright as ever. No, one of them was gone, but only for an instant was it lost. Then it shot once more into sight. What did all this mean? Thrice I watched that white spot appear and disappear. Suddenly a solution of the mystery flashed upon me. The wildcat had come and was moving about one of the carcasses. As he stepped from side to side, he occasionally hid it from sight. I waited a minute longer. There then fell upon my ear a sound that transformed conjecture into certainty. It was the dull snapping of bones. My next step was to awaken the boys. This I had little difficulty in doing. A few words sufficed to let them know how matters stood. Our plan of action was quickly formed. Mac was to have the shotgun and I the rifle. We were to fire at the word from Chant, resting our guns over the old stump. But here a difficulty presented itself. The wildcat had settled down upon the carcass and hidden it from sight, so that now, though we could plainly hear him crunching his prey, we knew not where to aim. This obstacle, however, was very soon surmounted. Having carefully surveyed the ground before dark, we had obtained a good idea of the positions of the dead lambs. This circumstance, added to the fact that I knew the wildcat had to have selected the carcass nearest the tree, enabled us, after a little reflection, to judge very accurately as to the whereabouts of the 4-legged marauder. But more potent than all else was Mac's remark that it would be better to blaze away, hit or miss, than let him go scot-free. "Come, boys, get ready," said Chant in low tones at the conclusion of our whispered conference. "Click, click," answered the gun locks. 1, 2, 3. Crack! Bang! And the 2 broad streaks of flame leaped out into the darkness, streaming, it seemed to me, half across the clearing. There came a sharp yowl, rising high above the heavy echo returned by the startled forest. It was followed immediately by the quick pit-pat of fast-flying feet. This ceased, and next we heard a crackling, scratching sound. Then all was still. Even the crickets had ceased to chirp. Chant was the first to break the silence, and his words, spoken in a sarcastic tone, were, "Boys, you'd better go home. You won't see anything more of him." "I think we hit him," said I humbly, "but from the sounds I should judge that he'd made his escape." "Gosh, how my shoulder aches," was Mac's response. Poor boy, he had fired both barrels at once. For the next 5 minutes, no one spoke. The music of the pines was the only sound. "Boys," exclaimed Chant suddenly, "I'll bet anything he's up that chestnut." "And you think that scratching noise we heard was made by him as he went up the tree, do you?" said I, framing my opinion in the form of a question. "Yes. Don't you think it probable?" "Of course it is," interrupted Mac. "But suppose he is up there, what'll you do about it?" "Oh, if he is in that chestnut, we can make it very trying for him. We'll get some torches, shine his eyes, and then shoot him." "Perhaps the shine won't be all on your side," suggested Mac in his blandest tone, "but it seems to be a pretty good plan." It did indeed. As some of my readers may have noticed, the eye of an animal will, in the darkness of night, so reflect the rays from a light as to appear luminous. Chant proposed to turn this fact to advantage by approaching the chestnut in the clearing with a torch, when, if the cat were in the tree, his shining eyes would betray his position. Once more the scheme was speedily put to test. Fumbling about in the darkness, we managed to cut from the stump beside us several dry rootlets. These, after being whittled at one end so that they would readily ignite, were gathered into a bundle. We were thus in possession of a tolerably good torch. Mac offered to carry it. Why, I don't know. Perhaps because he thought it would be a better defense against the leaping wildcat than would an empty rifle. The torch provided, we carefully loaded the guns and then stole out into the clearing. As we left the woods, I glanced up at the black sky. It was filled with scudding clouds, but they did not look very threatening. I was not apprehensive of a storm. In fact, it seemed to me that it was growing lighter about the horizon. Still, it was very dark. I could hardly distinguish the boys from the sandstone blocks among which they were moving. The occasional faint snap of a twig, however, or the thud of a luckless knee against a stone, served well enough to tell me where they were. It took us full 5 minutes to get within as many rods of the chestnut. At that point we halted to light a torch. Mac drew a match across the rock beside him. As the tiny blue flame flared up and laid hold of the resinous pine splints, it seemed to me that I heard a rustling in the thick branches of the chestnut, but I could discern nothing. As soon as the torch was fairly ablaze, we cocked our guns and began to circle slowly about the tree. It formed a strange scene. There, on either side, rose the black woods, hardly separable from the starless sky. Midway between this forest wall and the chestnut moved a pillar of red light, in whose center we walked, guns flashing, eyes intently fixed upon the motionless foliage of the tree. From our feet started 3 long shadows, which, traversing the region of light, lost their heads in the blackness beyond. Weird and startling were the objects that, as we stole along, peered out at us from the gloom. Now it was a grinning skull, formed from some gray boulder grown with lichens, then a nest of great twisted serpents, metamorphosed by the darkness from the protecting roots of a stump, and next a huge skeleton, into the semblance of which the slender, leafless stalks of a withered witch hazel had transformed themselves. Bats were numerous. More than once their clammy wings fanned Mac's face, as if they essayed to punish his attempt to turn their night into day. Twice we stole cautiously around the tree without a sign of the wildcat's presence. Mac began to mutter and get impatient. The torch, too, was fast wasting away. Still, we would try once more. It seemed to me that the witch hazel skeleton fairly grinned when this conclusion was reached, and the imagination made me a little nervous. We had about half completed our 3rd circuit, and I was carefully scrutinizing the topmost limbs, when I saw, through a narrow rift in the foliage, 2 little balls of greenish flame glowing down directly upon us. Hardly had I made the discovery before Chant's quick grasp of my arm told me that he too had caught sight of those flaming eyes. No words were needed. Wheeling around so as fairly to face the eyes, I threw my piece to my shoulder. Chance's was already leveled. Though the light flickered strangely that instant, my aim was good. "Ready?" whispered Chant. "Yes." "Then The loud report of the guns drowned his voice. We fired simultaneously, then turned and ran. And how we ran! Mac had thrown away the torch, and all was black again. But, unmindful of that, we tore on over rocks and logs at a rate undreamed of. Nothing followed, neither sound nor beast. Yet perfectly panic-stricken we sped on. Nor was our pace one jot abated till we were safe behind the shelter of the friendly pine stump that had formed our ambush. There we halted, and there, after somewhat recovering our breath, we asked ourselves the question, why had we run? No one of us could very well tell, but perhaps Mac's vague explanation of his conduct will tend to make the whole matter clear to the reader. His words were, "As you fellows fired, I involuntarily threw my torch. Then it occurred to me that I'd better run back far enough to get out of the way of the wildcat when he fell, and somehow after once getting under motion, I couldn't stop." "Well, boys, shall we go back to the tree again tonight?" asked Chant in a rather anxious tone when the talk about our mysterious flight had subsided. "For my part," he hastened to add, "I don't think it will pay. If we killed the wildcat, he'll stay there. If we didn't, why, he's gone long before this." Mac came to the same conclusion on the question that Chant had reached, but he gave for it the additional reason that he didn't want to bang his knees against any more rocks. For my part, I was too drowsy to have an opinion either way, and as soon as it was decided that we would not return till morning, lay down on the boughs to sleep. Of subsequent events of that night I have little recollection, but I believe that Chant and Mac stood guard for an hour or so. At the end of that time, they resigned themselves to Morpheus and mosquitoes. It must have been past 8 o'clock when I awoke next morning, but a glance at our unfamiliar surroundings soon called to my mind last night's adventure, and I was quickly on my feet. The boys had not yet opened their eyes. A shake of the shoulder and the word "wildcat," however, aroused them instanter. While they were rubbing their eyes, I got the guns. We then sallied forth. Though the red sun was striving manfully to dissipate it, a thick fog yet rested over the clearing. Looming up through the curtain of mist, the chestnut was discernible, but of objects about its base we could make out nothing distinctly. We walked rapidly, however, and the intervening ground was soon traversed. When within a dozen yards of the tree, Mac, who had the lead, suddenly called out, "By George, fellows, there he is!" Almost at the same instant, Chant and I caught sight of a large, dark object a few feet from the base of the chestnut. Yes, it was the wildcat, and dead as a doornail, too. But what a monster! He must have been 7 or 8 feet long from tip to tip, and would have stood nearly 2 feet high. His fur was of a reddish-brown color on the back, shading into lighter underneath. Claws, long and sharp, protruded from the soft hair covering his toes. The animal's mouth was wide open and showed a set of massive white teeth, fearful to look upon. But they were harmless now. My bullet had struck him just above the left eye and passed diagonally through the brain, while his broad chest and throat were fairly riddled with buckshot. "Well, fellows," said Chant, "I didn't dream a wildcat was so formidable an animal as this appears to be. If I'd known we had such a customer to deal with, he would have gone his way in peace for all of me." "I guess you fellows wouldn't have marched quite so serenely around that tree last night if you'd supposed these ivories were grinning down on you," was Mac's remark as he ran his eye over the 4 huge canines protruding from the powerful jaws. And we gave mental assent to it. As I stood there contemplating the huge beast, a strange suspicion crossed my mind. Could the animal be anything but a wildcat? While I asked myself the question, however, the sound of a snapping stick fell upon my ear. Glancing over my shoulder, I saw a rod or two away the burly form of Jenks. In our excitement, he had approached unobserved. "Well, boys, did you get him?" "Hello, there! Thunder! Why, you done it this time! A panther as sure as I'm alive!" "Panther? Are you sure?" "Well, I rather guess so. They're a beast as once seen ain't easy forgot. That's a panther and a purty good-sized one, too. He'll weigh nigh onto 120 pound, I should say. It's a good many years since one of 'em's been seen in these parts. How'd you get him?" Chant related the story, or rather we all 3 did, for there were frequent interruptions. A curious smile overspread Jenks' countenance when we told him of our wild race in the dark, and at the conclusion of our narrative he said with a short laugh, "Well, I guess you don't want no more panther shooting by torchlight." And we said, "Not much." End of section 6, read by Elsie Selwyn. Section 7 of Hearth and Home, Collected Poems and Stories by Various. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recompense. A wild red dawn, a morning loud with tempest, and black with storms of rain that would not cease, lashing the trees, tearing the leaves and blossoms. But now, peace. An afternoon of clinging mist and dreary, a sunset lurid in the rack-strewn west, a wind that wailed like parted spirits moaning. But now, rest. A day of trouble, overfull of labor, dark with distress, and tears of blood to weep, storm after storm, clouds after rain returning. But now, sleep. A place appointed where the strife was hottest, always the cross and ne'er the laurel given, sorrow and loneliness uncheered, untended, but now, heaven. End of section 7, read by Elsie Selwyn. Section 8 of Hearth and Home, Collected Poems and Stories by Various. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Meeting and Parting by C. Fred Gauss. Whene'er she came, her presence seemed to me more than the spring's fair earliest flower could be. And when she spoke, methought her muttered words were fairer than the warbled song of birds. But when farewell she waved and all was said, it seemed as if my youth's last dream had fled. End of section 8, read by Elsie Selwyn. Section 9 of Hearth and Home, Collected Poems and Stories by Various. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Lilian the Governess by Helen Forrest Graves. The purplish twilight of an August evening was making a sort of soft, weird gloom in Mrs. Montresor's parlors as Lilian Berkeley descended the stairs and entered them, moving softly like a little white ghost. She was a pretty, fresh-looking girl of 17, with abundant braids of auburn gold hair and a complexion fresh as a sweet pea. A fair, winning creature whom you would have instinctively wished to protect and shield. But the world had not been kind to Lilian Berkeley. Left an orphan in her 16th year, she had been compelled to earn her own livelihood by the drudgery called governesshood. All the long summer day she had been teaching the 7 noisy little Montresors without intermission, and now it seemed as if, to her tired brain, the world were full of verbs, equations, peninsulas, and 6-syllabled words in the spelling book. However, it was cool and silent in the great hushed parlors, and Lilian sat down at the piano and began to play melancholy old airs that she had learned as a child, playing and dreaming at one and the same moment. "Miss Berkeley!" Grim and erect like a dragoness, Mrs. Montresor stood, her purple silk dress rustling stiffly like a coat of mail, and her gold eyeglass applied to her orbs of vision. Lilian rose with a palpitating heart. "I am surprised," went on the dignified lady. "Perhaps, Miss Berkeley, you are not aware that we never permit our governess to enter the parlors unless specially sent for." I was not aware of it," faltered Lilian. "But I will go now. Out of the room and out of the house as well," she had very nearly added, but she remembered the 2 little brothers and the consumptive aunt who were dependent on her earnings, and repressed the bitter pang of wounded pride. "Have you corrected the children's exercises, and looked over their compositions, and prepared their lessons for tomorrow?" "Yes, madam." "Then—" Mrs. Montresor stopped short, for a strange face encountered her in the hall, the face of a man, tall, slender, and pale, who had apparently just entered from the street. "Walter Montresor, I thought you were—" "You thought I was in California and wished me still farther off. I understand, Mrs. Montresor," said the young man with quiet amusement. "But you remember the old proverb about a bad penny? I have come back sooner than I was expected. But you need not look so despairing. A night's shelter is all that I ask. Then I will go on my way to Montreal." "It will be exceedingly inconvenient," said Mrs. Montresor coldly. "But I suppose the world would gossip if I turned Mr. Montresor's poor relations out into the street. You can have the corner garret room. The windows are broken and the plastering has fallen, but you are probably accustomed to such quarters." "I thank you, madam," said the young man haughtily, and Lilian's heart ached for him as he toiled slowly upstairs. "You may imagine I would hardly obtrude myself upon you if I were not too tired and ill to proceed further." "Oh, mercy!" ejaculated Mrs. Montresor. "I do hope he is not going to be sick here." Lilian Berkeley hoped not either, but her hope sprang from a different motive than Mrs. Montresor's. "He is very ill, madam." The physician for whom Mrs. Montresor had unwillingly been compelled to send, 2 days afterward, was drawing on his gloves, while the lady stood anxiously playing with her gold eyeglass. "Can't he be moved to the hospital, or the poorhouse, or somewhere?" "To move him now would be little short of murder." "Dear me, how annoying! I do wish he was in Jericho. He, my love," to her eldest daughter, a pretty brunette of 20, "mind you don't go above the 3rd story. It might be one of those horrid catching things." "It is nothing infectious, I assure you," said the doctor, smiling. "Just see that he has his medicine every half hour, and I will call tomorrow again." "Miss Berkeley, you may as well see to him," said Mrs. Montresor indifferently. "Perhaps the best thing he could do would be to die, but I suppose he must be taken care of." What a dreary, dismal, sick room it was! The glaring midsummer light, streaming through the curtainless windows, fell like a fiery rain upon the sick man's glaring eyeballs, and the one broken chair, which held medicine vials, tepid drinking water, and the household cat, stood close to the narrow bed. Lilian stood an instant beside the sick man, listening to the wild ravings of his fever. Then, with a pitying tear, she stooped and pressed her cool hand upon the throbbing brow. "Sister," he murmured softly, "little sister, you died years ago, but you have come back to stand beside me now." And Lilian thought of her own brothers, and resolved to be faithful to the trust that heaven had placed in her hands. Softly she glided to and fro, fastening cool green draperies to the window, moistening the invalid's brow with iced water, fanning him while he slept, and administering his medicines at regular intervals. "Will he live?" she asked of the physician a week afterward, as the man of healing stood at the bedside, intently watching the fevered pulsation and listening to the incoherent babblings of delirium. "I hardly think it probable," was the reply. "But if he does, it will have been your care, my child, which has preserved to him the boon of life." So the weeks passed by, and when Walter Montresor came to his reason once more, he was lying alone in his bed, and the sound of voices without the half-open door was in his ear. "It is all nonsense about his dying, Miss Berkeley. He won't die, and if he does, it would be no great loss to society that I am aware of. I hired you to teach my children, not to play nurse to every vagrant that comes along." Must Walter be left entirely without care? How sweet the word Walter sounded from Lilian's lips. "The servants can look in once in a while." "He is in a very critical state, madam." "Nonsense! Critical or not critical, I wish you to understand that if you choose to devote your time to this miserable sick man, I shall pay you no more salary as my children's governess." "I cannot leave him to die, madam." "Very well, then. The salary ceases from today." "Be it as you please, madam." And Lilian crept back to the sick room, moving noiselessly as a shadow might move. Walter Montresor closed his eyes and feigned to sleep. It was very sweet to know that someone was caring for him. The long days of convalescence seemed to bring Walter and Lilian very near together, and when at last he could sit up in the little rocking chair she brought from her own room, they were as happy as 2 children. "Will you go out walking with me tomorrow, Lilian?" he asked coaxingly. I cannot, Walter. I shall not be here tomorrow. Are you going away? There is nothing to keep me here now that you have recovered. I'm going as an English teacher to Madame Duvernay's school in New Orleans. Lilian. There was a strange pleading in his voice. She burst into tears. Oh, Walter, do not make the parting harder than it actually is. Hush, he said, listening. What is that noise? Only Mr. Montresor's trunks. He arrived from the west this morning about an hour ago. He has come, then? The door opened at this instant, and Mrs. Montresor glided in, all smiles and graciousness. Better, my dear Walter. I am so glad. Helen is arranging a basket of hothouse flowers to brighten up your room a little. She can hardly wait for you to come downstairs. She has been so anxious about you. What can we tell cook to prepare for your luncheon? Miss Berkeley, run down and tell the waiters to bring up some grapes and iced lemonade. Lilian obeyed, marveling, but on the stairs the clue to the mystery was revealed by the eager Helen. Just fancy, Miss Berkeley, Walter's concealing from us that old Uncle Hartop had died and left the whole of his money to him. It was just before he got here, but of course he would have told us if he had not been taken ill. Why, Walter will be a millionaire. Poor Lilian. When next she came to Walter Montresor's room, her manner was altered and shy in the extremest degree. The invalid had seemed very near to her, but alas, what a gulf yawned between her and the millionaire. Lilian. She was following Mrs. Montresor out of the room, when he caught her hand and detained her. Lilian, why do you avoid me so? I want to ask you a question. What is it? Lilian, during the last few days I have learned to love you better than all the world beside. Will you give up the New Orleans school and marry me instead? Alas, for poor Mrs. Montresor and the golden schemes she had formed for Helen. Lilian Berkeley became the millionaire's wife, and Helen Montresor is in the market still. What a chance it would have been for Helen if I had only known, sighed the disappointed mother. End of section 9, read by Elsie Selwyn. Section 10 of Hearth and Home, Collected Poems and Stories by Various. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Story of a Birthright by A.M. Healy. I am an old man now. My hair is white, my back is bent, and the furrows of age are on my cheek and brow. Nearly 60 years have passed over my head since the never-to-be-forgotten day when I first became acquainted with a terrible portion of our family history. The remembrance of my trouble haunts me still, and I sometimes fear will hover as a phantom near my bed when the last scene of my earthly existence closes. I was a younger son. My elder brother inherited that which had belonged to our ancestors for generations. I will explain later on the nature of his birthright. Never were brothers more unlike than Carlos and myself. People used to say that he took after my father, who was a man of rough exterior, iron nerves, and inflexible will, and that I resembled my mother in appearance and disposition. I never knew my mother. She died when I was barely 4 years old. But I have vague recollections of a gentle, soft-eyed woman bending over my bed at night, pressing me to her heart and saying she was thankful that I, her darling, was not the eldest son. When I came to years of reason, I too was thankful for that circumstance. We were Spaniards. No alien blood flowed in our veins, for our family had never intermarried with foreigners. The house in which we lived was situated about 3 miles from Burgos, and had come down in an unbroken line from father to son for centuries. It was a low, flat building, consisting of only 1 story, and painted bright red outside. There was nothing unusual in the internal decoration, and the rooms were comfortably furnished, but no one ever entered the house beside ourselves. The windows opened upon a large garden, around which was a field, or rather common, about 1 acre in extent. The whole was surrounded by a wall, beyond which I seldom went. Our family consisted of my father, my brother, myself, and an old woman, a distant connection of ours, who acted as a servant. My father always wore a brown uniform trimmed with red and yellow, also a hat, with very large beads, on which were embroidered certain devices. These bright colors made a great impression on my childish imagination, and when on one or two occasions I was taken to Burgos, the uniforms of the officials I saw in the streets struck me as looking very poor in comparison. From childhood I was extremely timid and sensitive, and this natural timidity was increased by my brother's rough and tyrannical conduct toward me. When Carlos was 12 years old, he was sent to a remote part of Spain to finish his education, and I, 5 years his junior, acquired the rudiments of learning under the care of a lady who kept a day school for boys in the neighborhood. The lad has abilities, my father said, as he confided me to the care of the Senora Loyados, and as he turned to leave the room, he said, "Poor little Alfonso," everyone called me poor little Alfonso, "is the younger son and will have to decide on his line of life betimes. So the more progress he makes in his studies, the better. My eldest son has his career marked out for him." Yes, I know," answered the Senora, in a voice that trembled a little, and as we went to the schoolroom, I fancied her hand trembled too. My governess was very kind to me, but my schoolfellows seemed to avoid my company, and never invited me to join in their games. In addition to this, they always spoke in whispers when I approached. I thought the Senora was sorry for me, for she would often call me to her when I was standing alone in the playground, and, stroking my curly head, say gently, "Poor little Alfonso, poor little Alfonso." The conduct of my companions occupied my thoughts less than it would have done had I not been too ailing and timid for rough play. But after a few weeks I began to wonder why I made no friends among the boys like the rest. I learned the secret on my 10th birthday. One of my schoolfellows, Fernando Torrederas, was kinder to me than the others, and I asked him to come and spend the evening at our house, as it was my birthday. He colored and stammered out a refusal. I pressed him to come and bring his sister with him, a pretty girl whom I had seen once or twice, but to whom I had never spoken. He again refused. Then I asked him the reason. After a little hesitation, he told me the truth. Young as I was, I at once understood all that had before been incomprehensible to me. I thanked Fernando for his frankness, and was turning away when he seized my hand in rough, boyish fashion and said, "Never mind, poor little Alfonso. You can't help it, you know. And beside, you are not the eldest son." I walked home in silence, and, as usual, alone. My reflections were very bitter that night, and when I was in bed and sure nobody could see me, I cried bitterly. From that day my sensitiveness increased tenfold, and I imagined premeditated slights where in all probability none were meant. Soon afterward I left the Senora's school, and my brother returned home. I soon discovered that his society was by no means congenial to me, for he was rough and rude in speech, and brutal in manners. This obnoxious behavior was always more observable when he and my father returned from one of their periodical absences. My only consolation was in books, for they diverted my thoughts from myself and my miserable position. After a time I implored my father to let me seek employment abroad, but he refused and said I must remain where I was another year, and then go where Carlos had been to complete my education. The thought of another year at home was unbearable, and I resolved to run away. A species of friendship had arisen between Fernando Torrederas and myself from the day he had told me the bitter truth concerning my family. He was a warm-hearted fellow, and always regretted having been the first to tell me a painful fact, although it must have come to my knowledge ere long. Before I carried into effect my intention of running away, I wrote to Fernando, who was studying law at Madrid, and asked his advice. He was older than I, and before leaving Burgos, had promised to stand my friend in case of need. He answered my letter, saying he was well acquainted with the head of a large publishing firm in that city, and could procure me a situation in the office. So, one dark night in November, I turned my back on my native place with an earnest wish never to see it again. After undergoing numerous difficulties en route, I reached Madrid and went to Fernando's lodgings. The following day he presented me to my employer, and I entered on my new duties without delay. Years passed, and by the time I was 25, I was gaining a tolerable income on the staff of a leading journal. I might have been happy but for the one absorbing terror of my existence, the fear that, by some untoward fate, the birthright would eventually descend to me. I led a solitary life and studiously avoided making acquaintances. In a word, I had no friend but Fernando, and took interest in nothing but the daily work of my brain. My father had been dead some years, and my brother had inherited the birthright. He was married and had a son. I remember when I told Fernando the news, he grasped my hand in his hearty way and exclaimed, "Bravo, Alfonso! You have my congratulations." One evening, a few years after my brother's marriage, I went to Fernando's lodgings. Receiving no answer to my knock, I was turning away when my friend came running up the stairs and bade me welcome. "Don't you go away, Alfonso," he said, shaking my hand warmly. "My sister is here, just come from Burgos." Then, as we entered the room, "Juanita, let me introduce you to my friend, Alfonso Mendoza." In Madrid, none knew me or my parentage. From the day of my arrival in the capital, I had adopted the name I still bear, that of Mendoza. "Take your customary place, old fellow," continued Fernando, "and we will enjoy ourselves together." Nothing loath to pass the evening with Fernando and his handsome sister, I drew my chair close to the fire and glanced at the latter to ascertain if she had any recollection of me. I came to the conclusion that the 14 years which had elapsed since I quitted Burgos had effaced every trace of my former self, and that I ran no risk of discovery as far as she was concerned. In fact, it could not have been otherwise, for the now grown-up girl was a mere child when I left home. Juanita de Rodeas was very beautiful, of the true Spanish type of loveliness, with clear dark complexion, large liquid black eyes, magnificent hair of the same hue, small rosy mouth, and regular white teeth. She was short but well made, and possessed that great charm in a woman, an exquisitely sweet voice. As we sat chatting round the fire, I thought I had never seen my friend's room look so pleasant before. The soft light of the lamp fell on Juanita's face as she bent over some delicate embroidery in abstracted gold thread and sparkling beads from a workbox on the table beside her. The blazing logs on the hearth threw out a ruddy glow, crimsoning the old mahogany furniture and making the brass nails round the chairs and antiquated sofa glitter like diamonds. On an old piano that had belonged to Juanita's mother, and which had arrived from Burgos the preceding day, lay a heap of music, chiefly, as I afterward learned, quaint old Spanish ballads that told of the glories of Madrid in days gone by, and a few family portraits that had also come from Juanita's former home graced the walls, and looked lifelike as the flickering light of the fire fell on them. The deep crimson curtains were drawn across the windows, making the small salon look homelike and cozy. A large bouquet of hothouse flowers stood on a slab near the fireplace, and a few choice plants were placed here and there about the room. "Juanita," said Fernando, as a servant entered with a tray, "when we have our chocolate, you must sing that old romance I like so much. The one about Don Quixote, I mean." The young girl made no reply. Apparently she had not heard what her brother said. "What will you sell your thoughts for, Juanita?" asked Fernando, laughing. "You look very serious." "I will let you have them gratis," she replied. "I was thinking about my vis-a-vis in the railway carriage yesterday." "Indeed? A lady or a gentleman?" "Neither. A horrid man with a most repulsive face." "Who do you think he was?" she asked with a shudder. "I have no idea," answered her brother. "But, if he was so horrid, why didn't you get into another compartment?" "It was impossible, for he jumped into the train as it was moving, and I had to travel with him more than 40 miles. It was the express, and only stopped at the principal stations." "But who was he? I suppose he didn't interfere with you in any way?" "Oh, no, certainly not. He slept all the time, happily. But such a traveling companion! It was the man who wears the brown uniform and lives in the red house near Burgos, the public— Juanita, interrupted Fernando hastily with a glance at my pale face. Do sing that ballad at once. There's a good girl. She flushed angrily at the interruption, but rose and went to the piano, merely saying as she selected the romance, Madrid has not improved your politeness, Fernando. When the song was ended, I thanked Juanita, and having regained my composure, complimented her on her exquisite contralto voice, and wished her good night. Fernando accompanied me part of the way home. On the road he told me that, his mother being dead, Juanita would have to take a situation as governess, and that she had come up to Madrid for that purpose. I am glad to have her near me, he added. And listen, Alfonso, you will probably see her at my lodgings from time to time, but it is not necessary for her to know your real name if you don't wish it. It is better she should not, I replied in a low voice. Not that it would make any difference to Juanita, continued Fernando hastily. She is too noble-minded for that, and would never pause to ask herself what people would say as long as she acted up to her own sense of right. But it might make you feel awkward. But you heard what she said about Carlos. That shows what her feelings are on the subject. Pooh, pooh, you are not Carlos. If you were, why of course it would be different. You are too sensitive by half. No, thank heaven, I am not that unfortunate individual, I said in reply to the first part of my friend's speech. At any rate, for the time being. But who knows what may be my fate in the future? Don't be a fool, Mendoza. Leave the future to unravel itself. Good night, old fellow, and we shook hands and separated. Juanita remained with her brother a fortnight, then entered on her new duties. We met every evening at Fernando's lodgings, and all went to some place of amusement together. Long before the end of that fortnight, I began to dread her approaching departure, and when we said goodbye, the whole world seemed devoid to me. I realized then how truly and sincerely I loved Juanita Torrodellas, and I believed she was not quite indifferent to me. For a few happy hours I gave way to the sweet delirium, but soon, alas, came the bitter awakening. Fool, fool, I repeated bitterly as I tossed restlessly on the bed where I had thrown myself without undressing the night after her departure. Madman that I have been to dream for a moment that she would marry me if she knew my parentage. She would pity me if I were to tell her, but would shrink from a union with one of my race. Ah, that horrible birthright! When and by what dark doom did it become ours? My intense sensitiveness even magnified the evil, and caused me to pass many solitary hours in bemoaning my hard fate. And the birthright may be mine some day, I repeated, shuddering for the 100th time that night. I could not bear it. Every fiber of my frame revolts against it. Flight, death, anything rather than that. And I have dared to think of marriage? Madness, madness! When morning dawned, I sprang out of bed in a raging fever and walked up and down the room for hours. Presently, my landlady brought me my breakfast, a cup of chocolate, and a roll. She looked at me earnestly, evidently amazed at my manner, and asked if she could do anything for me. You can go, was all the answer I vouchsafed to her anxious inquiries. You can go. She proposed sending for a doctor, telling me I looked ill and haggard. I pointed to the door, saying, I have all I want. Don't disturb me. I wish to be alone. The woman made no further remark, but glanced uneasily at me as she left the room. The moment she had crossed the threshold, I shut the door and turned the key in the lock. To work, I exclaimed excitedly, to work harder than ever, that I may not have time to remember, that I may tear her image from my heart. I sat down to my desk, snatched up a pen, and began to write. At that time I was occupied in compiling a work entitled Indian Mutinies and Massacres. I tried to fix my mind on my subject, but in vain. Two figures stood between me and the paper, Juanita, pale and indignant, with angry, averted eyes and scornful gestures, waving me from her, and by her side my brother, with a demonic smile on his brutalized face, beckoning me on. At last, by a tremendous effort, I mastered my mental agony and fixed my attention on the page before me. How I managed to do it I cannot say, but I wrote all that day and far into the night, vouchsafing no answer to the repeated knocks at my door and my landlady's petitions for admittance. My pulses throbbed, my brain was dizzy, my head burned like fire, and my eyes felt as if they were starting from their sockets, while my imagination created a crowd of mocking specters around me, and the familiar objects in my room took unfamiliar forms. And all this time the chocolate and the bread remained untasted before me. At length my mind began to give way, and I heard in the murmurs of the wind and the pattering of the rain against the windows the groans and footsteps of those of whom my pen was telling. Then, as my trembling fingers could no longer grasp the pen, someone forcibly entered the room, making me start from my seat in agonized fear, believing that they, the phantoms of my brain, were coming to take me. Where? To whom? Why? Oh, heaven! To replace my brother, to do his work! I fell backward on the floor, and for a time reason entirely fled and delirium reigned. For many weeks I knew neither where I was, nor by whom I was tended. Nothing. Absolutely nothing. The first thing I remember was hearing a woman's voice behind my curtain, a mere whisper, but I knew whose voice it was. A long time passed before I recovered, and during my convalescence, Fernando came to see me every evening. He told me that I had been at death's door with brain fever, and little by little I gathered from him all the details of my illness. My ravings had all turned on one subject, on blood spilt by me and flowing through my hands on the white robe of Juanita, whom I believed to be my wife, and on to her child. He said my cries were appalling when in my delirium I strove to stop the crimson stream and strove in vain. "Did your sister hear this, Fernando?" I asked anxiously. "Yes." "That is well," I said. "It is better so." Then presently, "What did she say?" "Pitied you, as every one who knows you must." "Did she leave me when she discovered my secret?" "No, surely. She wept by your bedside, and said, 'Poor fellow, he is so sensitive and feeling, it must be hard to bear.'" "Did she come to see me afterward?" "Yes, as often as she could." I saw nothing more of Juanita, who did not come again after the day I regained consciousness. Fernando told me she was not happy in her situation, but he offered no further explanation. At length, my health was completely re-established, and I resumed my usual occupations. The first time I went to see Fernando, I found him hastily leaving the house. He told me he had received a letter from his sister that morning, saying that she had something important to communicate, and begging him to go to her without delay. "It was impossible for me to get away during the day," he said, "so I am off now. Await my return here. I shall not be long absent." Accordingly, I took my place by my friend's hearth, and in the semi-obscurity gave full scope to my imagination on the subject of Juanita's mysterious communication. What can she have to tell her brother? I asked myself over and over again. Then the most unpalatable solution of the enigma presented itself to my mind, and I exclaimed, "She's going to be married!" The thought that Juanita was going to be married gave me unmitigated vexation and pain. In vain I said to myself it could not make any difference to me, since I had resolved never to marry. That reasoning only made me more desperately miserable. For did I not love Juanita Torrodeas with all my heart, and was not the idea of her belonging to another bitterness itself? I had sat musing thus nearly an hour when the door suddenly opened and the object of my thoughts entered the room. "Fernando," she said in an excited manner as she approached the corner where I sat, "why didn't you come to me as I requested? The señora has dismissed me peremptorily. She is cruel, unjust." Then seeing who I was, she stopped short and exclaimed, "Señor Mendoza!" It was the first time we had met since my illness, and for a moment I felt ill at ease, remembering that she had discovered my real name and parentage. But all thoughts of self were forgotten, as I saw, by the dim light to which I had grown accustomed, that her eyes were red and swollen. Scarcely knowing what I did or said, I rose and caught her hand. "Juanita, my darling, have they insulted you?" She stood abashed and silent for a moment, then agitatedly replied, I thought it was my brother who was sitting there, or I should not have spoken as I did. But my darling, tell me what is the matter. Tell me, for I love you dearly, oh so dearly. Tell me everything, everything, dearest. Then in an instant my resolution never to marry flashed across my mind, and I dropped the little hand that had lain so unresistingly in mine. Forgive me for what I have said, I resumed in an altered voice. Forgive me. I will never trouble you again, and I turned to leave the room. Don't go, Alfonso, she whispered. I did not move, but remained near the door and continued. I have said to you what I ought never to have said, but for the sake of my great love, you will forgive me, and forget that the son of... The word stuck in my throat. I could not give it utterance. Juanita came and stood close beside me. Never mind whose son you are, Alfonso. But the brand is on me, I said in a quivering voice. If my brother and his boy should die, they are living and well. But they may die, and in that case Then, heaven help you, Alfonso, and me too, for I love you as you love me, and shall be with you. She laid her hand in mine as she spoke the last words, and I opened my arms and clasped her to my heart. It was the eve of our wedding day. I had been dining with Juanita and her brother, and we were sitting talking of the morrow when Señor Elio, an old friend of the Torraldeas family, was announced. He was starting for Burgos the next morning and came to offer his congratulations on our approaching marriage. By the by, Señor Torraldeas, he said as he rose to take leave, have you seen the evening papers? No, replied Fernando. Is there anything important in them? Yes, the account of the trial of that villain Balenzo for the murder of his wife. He is sentenced to death. The new executioner of Burgos will have his hands full. That is, if they can find him, for there are 2 women condemned to receive capital punishment the same week. The new executioner, stammered Fernando, turning pale while a death-like sickness came over me, and Juanita looked ready to faint. The new executioner? What has become of the old one? He and his son were killed in a railway accident near Salamanca yesterday. Haven't you heard of it? His successor is a younger brother who they say is living in Madrid under a false name. It is believed he has a nervous presentiment of coming in for the lugubrious office, which you know is hereditary in Spain. The papers are full of it, but I suppose you have been too busy with preparations for the wedding to read them. And now I really must be going. Good night, señorita. I wish you every happiness once more. Good night. And the señor left the room. So it has come at last, I muttered, sinking onto a chair and burying my face in my hands, while tears of agony, which I did not attempt to conceal, forced their way through my hands. The birthright has descended to me. Oh, heaven, that I should have lived to see this day. Alfonso, said Juanita tenderly, coming to my side and taking my cold hands in hers. Alfonso, my affianced husband. They are on my track and may be here to take me any minute, broke from my trembling lips. It is all over between us, Juanita. I give you back your promise. Do you think me capable of deserting you in your hour of sorrow, Alfonso? Replied the brave girl, almost reproachfully. No, no, this calamity shall not separate us. You must leave this country at once, and forever, and I will soon be with you, come what may. Juanita's courage communicated itself to me, and I determined on immediate departure. I was afraid of appearing on the streets, lest I should be recognized by those in pursuit of me, so Fernando went to my lodgings for such things as I required, and for the sum of money I had laid by to defray the expenses of my marriage with his sister, now, alas, to be spent in putting hundreds of miles between us. It was hard to leave the girl I loved so dearly, and who was to have been my wife in a few hours, but we consoled ourselves with vows of fidelity and the hope of meeting again soon. My darling's last words were, I will come to you, Alfonso, as soon as you can have me, and remember, I don't care how poor our home is, for we shall share it. Well disguised, I left Madrid by the night express and reached St. Sebastian about the time I was to have been at the church to be married. I continued my route and crossed the frontier at Irun. Although then on French territory, I could not rest, but hurried to Paris and thence, via Calais and Dover, to London. Once in the capital of England, I breathed freely and felt safe, for I knew no officers of justice could touch me there, and that I had nothing more to fear from the dreaded Birthright. I took a small lodging in a quiet street off the Strand, went at once to the house of a well-known Spanish grandee, and told him my story. He kindly promised to do what he could for me, and within a month took me as his secretary. Soon afterward, Juanita Torraldeas became my wife, and for love of the executioner's heir, bade an eternal adieu to her native country. End of section 10, read by Elsie Selwyn. Section 11 of Hearth and Home, Collected Poems and Stories by Various. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Brave at Home by Thomas Buchanan Reed. The maid who binds her warrior's sash with smile that well her pain dissembles, the while beneath her drooping lash one starry teardrop hangs and trembles, though heaven alone records the tear, and fame shall never know her story, her heart has shed a drop as dear as e'er bedewed a field of glory. The wife who girds her husband's sword mid little ones who weep or wonder, and bravely speaks the cheering word, what though her heart be rent asunder, doomed nightly in her dreams to hear the bolts of death around him rattle, hath shed as sacred blood as e'er was poured upon the field of battle. The mother who conceals her grief, while to her breast her son she presses, then breathes a few brave words in brief, kissing the patriot brow she blesses, with no one but her secret God, to know the pain that weighs upon her, sheds holy blood as e'er the sod, received on freedom's field of honor. End of section 11, read by Elsie Selwyn. Section 12 of Hearth and Home, Collected Poems and Stories by Various. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Siege of Toulon by John S. C. Abbott. Toulon was the great naval depot of France. It contained a population of 25,000 inhabitants. When the French people adopted a free constitution in place of the unlimited despotism of the Bourbons, the allied monarchs commenced their march upon Paris. The royalists in Toulon rose and surrendered the city to an English fleet, which was then cruising outside the harbor. The constitutionalists sent an army to recapture the city. They commenced a siege and accomplished nothing. 3 months thus passed, while a French army of 40,000 men under incompetent generals were making no progress. While affairs were in this strain, the young Napoleon, as brigadier general, was sent to Toulon in command of the artillery train. He was astonished at the incapacity with which the siege had been conducted. The batteries were planted at such a safe distance that the shot could not reach the foe. The great object of the officers seemed rather to be to shield their own men from harm than to inflict harm upon the enemy. Napoleon sent a vigorous remonstrance to the Convention against such a mode of conducting war, and announced his plan for taking the city. His plan was adopted, and though he was not entrusted with the supreme command, which was assigned to Dugommier, he was permitted to carry out his plan. One day his brother Louis visited him. They walked out to a place where an unavailing and a foolish assault had been made the previous day. 200 bodies of French soldiers were strewn over the ground. All of these men, said Napoleon, have been needlessly sacrificed. Had intelligence commanded here, none of these lives need have been lost. Learn from this, my brother, how necessary it is that those should possess knowledge who aspire to command others. Napoleon had devoted all his energies to the work he had undertaken. He shared all the toils and perils of his men. He had soon obtained a train of 200 heavy battering cannon. Every day there was a storm of battle to distract the attention of the enemy while the works were being completed. There were daily and nightly skirmishes and sallies and deadly assaults, and the dreadful tide of successful and unsuccessful war ebbed and flowed. At one time, when the enemy were directing their fire upon his works, he had occasion to send a dispatch from the trenches. A young private stepped from the ranks, and resting the paper upon the breastworks, began to write at Napoleon's dictation. A cannonball at that moment struck the ground, throwing the sand over their persons and the paper. The young man, without a tremor, quietly remarked, "Thank you, we shall need no more sand upon this page." This fearlessness and readiness attracted the attention of Napoleon. He fixed his keen eye upon him and said, "Young man, what can I do for you?" "Everything," was the prompt reply, and placing his hand upon his own shoulder, he added, "You can change this worsted into an epaulette." A few days after, Napoleon sent for the same young man to reconnoiter the trenches of the enemy, and suggested that he should assume the disguise of a peasant. "Never," replied the soldier. "I will go in my uniform, though I should never return." He accomplished his mission and returned unharmed. These incidents revealed character, and the young soldier was immediately promoted. This was Junot, afterward Duke of Abrenches. At length, the hour had arrived when all was ready for the grand assault. Every contingency had been provided for. It was midnight of the 11th of December, 1793. A cold storm of wind and rain beat upon the embattled hosts. A fortress of the enemy, called Little Gibraltar, which commanded the town, was the main object of assault. To distract the attention, the hostile lines were everywhere attacked. In a few hours, 8,000 shells were thrown into Little Gibraltar until the massive works were a pile of ruins. The order was given to charge. The struggle was desperate, but the French hewed their way onward over the dying and the dead, and with fixed bayonets and gleaming sabers, leaped over the ramparts and rushed in at the embrasures, and the whole force of the defenders were soon prisoners or silent in death. "General," said Napoleon to the aged Dugommier, as he informed him that the tricolor was floating over the bastions of Little Gibraltar, "go and sleep. We have taken Toulon." Very eloquently has Walter Scott said, "It was on this night of terror, conflagration, tears, and blood that the star of Napoleon first ascended the horizon, and though it gleamed o'er many a scene of horror ere it set, it may be doubted whether its light was ever blended with that of one more dreadful." Though the fortress which commanded the city was thus taken, the conflict continued unabated until morning. The genius of Napoleon was perhaps more conspicuous in the energy with which he followed up a victory, reaping all its benefits, than the skill with which he achieved that victory. In this conflict, as in most others which have raged on earth, both parties seemed honestly to think that they were in the right. The English, who with their fleet had entered and taken possession of Toulon, thought that the French had no right to wrest from the king absolute power, and that the establishment of republican institutions in France endangered the repose of Europe. Therefore they prayed to God for a blessing upon their arms. The French, on the contrary, declared that the despotism of the Bourbons had become absolutely intolerable, that the people were not created merely to be the bondservants of the lords, and that the people of France not only had a right, but that it was their sacred duty to secure free institutions for themselves and their children, and therefore they prayed to God for his blessing. It is not easy for man, with his limited knowledge, to adjust the balance of right and wrong. Here was the most cruel, sanguinary war inaugurated which ever cursed the globe, and yet both parties deemed themselves in the right. There is a day of judgment coming when there will be a just award. The tragedy was not yet ended. When the morning dawned, an awful spectacle was revealed to the eye. The streets of Toulon were red with blood. Thousands of the mangled and the dead were strewn through the dwellings and the streets. In many parts of the city fierce conflagrations were blazing. The cannonade was still continued with unintermitted roar, and the shells were incessantly exploding in the thronged streets. Napoleon allowed himself not a moment to rest, or to exult over his victory, but at every point harassed his discomfited and terrified foe. Guns were immediately brought upon the eminence at Little Gibraltar to throw balls into the English ships. Lord Howe, in command, conscious that the city was no longer tenable, made signals for the fleet to prepare for immediate evacuation. The terror of the royalists was dreadful. They knew full well the doom they were to expect from Republican fury in those days of unbridled violence. The English took as many of the French ships of the line as could be got ready for sea. The rest, consisting of 15 ships of the line and 8 frigates, were collected to be burned. A fire ship filled with every combustible substance was towed into their midst, and at 10 o'clock of the next night the torch was applied. The night was dark and still. The flames of the burning ships burst forth like a volcano from the center of the harbor, illumining the scene with lurid and almost noonday brilliance. The water was covered with boats, crowded with fugitives, hurrying in despair to the English ships. To increase the horrors of the scene, a furious cannonade was in progress all the time from every French battery. Bombs exploded upon the thronged decks. Many boats were sunk. At last, the rear guard of the English abandoned the ramparts and hurried to their boats. At the same moment, the Republican army, 40,000 strong, came rushing into the city. The English fleet spread its sails and soon disappeared beneath the horizon, bearing nearly 20,000 wretched exiles to homelessness, penury, and lifelong woe. End of section 12, read by Elsie Selwyn. Section 13 of Hearth and Home, Collected Poems and Stories by Various. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Conviction by Tom Masson. Straight into mine, her azure eye looked long and deep and clear, while I stood waiting, loving her to hear the cherished answer. Then she said, "Yes, dear, I will be thine." Yet as there stirs with fluttering wings the feeble butterfly upon the keen collector's cruel steel, so I knew 'twas not so, knew from that telltale eye that I was hers. End of section 13, read by Elsie Selwyn. Section 14 of Hearth and Home, Collected Poems and Stories by Various. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Paul Anthony's Mistake by T.C. Harbach. "Only an unsophisticated little country girl," said the gentleman. Ruth heard it and blushed, and as she walked on, tears of vexation came into her eyes. It was quite true, and that was the sting of it. She was as much out of place among these traveled society people as the buttercups which glorified the meadows about the old farmhouse where she was born would have been if transplanted to a conservatory. Yet I would not by any means have you think that my little Ruth was an uncultured girl. She could not chatter French like Miss Van Dusen, but she knew the grammar of the language perfectly, and she had its classics by heart. She had read all the good books in the village library, and was no mean critic of their worth. She could sing, too, in a sweet, fresh voice, and accompany herself with taste upon the old-fashioned piano. But bless me, what are all these accomplishments compared with those of the young ladies who have been abroad and studied philosophy in Germany, and music in Italy, and the art of flirting everywhere? Nobody could have found any fault with Ruth's manners. They were perfectly ladylike and natural. But the habit of society does give one an air, an aplomb, a nameless ease, that is as wonderful as it is charming to those innocent souls who have it not. And then Ruth's toilets. I'm ashamed to own how simple they were, how destitute of ruffles and frills and fringes. All this was as much, nay more, the fault of Miss Crowninshield as of Ruth. For Ruth, though she had a sensible little head, had also a girl's horror of oddity, and I dare say she would have made herself look as much like a guy, I mean a fashionable lady, as any of them, if she could have had her way. But her aunt, being an old maid, was full of notions, and she had nipped Ruth's fashionable fancies in the bud. "You're going as God made you, and as a modest girl should, or you don't go with me," said that lady. And so Ruth went as God made her, with the addition of a few white muslin frocks, cut high in the neck, and some simple ribbon sashes to match. And the people did not laugh at her to her face, because she was Miss Croninshield's niece, and Miss Crowninshield was the owner of 500,000. But they let her severely alone, and Ruth walked and sat and read by herself, while the other girls had cavaliers. And Ruth drove with her aunt in the mornings, and though Miss Crowninshield was a great talker, was not highly entertained. It's such a wide slip from 20 to 60, you know. You might fancy that Miss Croninshield's $500,000 would have made a difference with Ruth's status. And so it might, only Miss Croninfield's views were perfectly well understood. "No," she said, when somebody hinted that Ruth was an heiress. "I'm not going to make my relations glad when I die. Let the young folks begin low down as their fathers and mothers did. When I'm done with it, my property goes in a lump, where it will do some good." And so people sighed and looked at Ruth and said, "Poor thing," and let her alone. And Paul Anthony, passing her on the wide beach, lifted his hat, smiled, and added, "Very pretty, but only an unsophisticated little country girl." And Ruth cried, as I have said, because it was true, and oh, more than all, because he said it. For Paul had been kind to her 2 or 3 times. Once, when Miss Van Dusen snubbed him, he came and sat beside Ruth the whole evening, and Ruth talked so charmingly that Paul forgot his ill temper and vowed to himself that he would talk to the poor little thing some other time if he didn't forget it. And so he did when other pastime was wanting, and I think he found it amusing. I know Ruth did, and Miss Crowninshield, with her keen eyes seeing everything, felt bound to utter a note of warning. "Don't make a fool of yourself, Ruth. You're not a beauty, and young men like Paul Anthony don't marry passably pretty girls with no fortune." "As if," said Ruth, her sapphire eyes kindling, "beauty was the only thing that counted. As if intelligence and goodness and all the rest went for nothing." "Oh!" breathed out Miss Crowninshield in mock meekness. "I beg your pardon. I'm sure, my dear, I'm only an old woman, and of course you know the world better than I do, and I'm altogether wrong." Then Ruth, who was a tender-hearted little body, cried so sincerely that Miss Crowninshield was touched, and a real reconciliation was effected. "She might have fancied a better man," muttered the old lady, "but if the fellow has sense enough to like her, I'll—" The rest remained unuttered, for Miss Crowninshield was a singularly curious old lady, but she kept those keen eyes of hers open. And what did she see? That Paul Anthony really did show some interest in Ruth, that when there was nothing lively going on, he would sit by her for hours and generously suffer her to amuse him. "For his own pastime," said Miss Crowninshield grimly. But Ruth's eyes would shine, and the red would flicker in and out of her white cheek, and the sweet smile come and go. "Little goose," growled the old lady. I dare not swear that Paul Anthony was insensible to Ruth's charms of mind and person. I should like to believe that there was really some genuine at the bottom, particularly after what happened about this time, an affair in which Ruth behaved like a heroine and became, for the time, quite a lion. Ruth always walked early, and one day, when the hotel people were hardly astir, she went out, as usual, for her constitutional. The sea was of that palest azure which one sees in perfection only in the early morning. Afar off, for it was the New Hampshire coast, one saw the Isle of Shoals lying on the bosom of the waves. By and by, when the sun went higher, to fade out of sight as by some enchantment. A few sails were flitting across the horizon, and presently, as Ruth looked, she saw one grow nearer and nearer, and presently she recognized the man at the tiller. It was Paul Anthony, who prided himself upon his seamanship, and really, for a curled darling, could manage a boat extremely well. But his skill was perhaps at fault this morning, for as the little vessel gracefully floated before Ruth's eyes, with that fascinating grace which is indeed the very poetry of motion, an awful change marred the picture. A flaw of wind caught the sail, and before Ruth's white lips could emit a cry, the boat was upset and its freight struggling in the water. With the swiftness of the wind, Ruth turned and ran toward the hotel, which was at least a mile away. Before she had gone many rods, she met 2 lads and breathlessly told her errand and bade them fly for help. Then, quite weak and trembling, she ran back to the beach, and there, to her infinite delight, she saw the men swimming strongly toward the shore. Paul Anthony was only a little behind the sailor, and both were making a manful fight for their lives. Would they win? At first, Ruth believed there was no doubt of that, but oh, how slowly the distance lessened, and, or in her terror she fancied it, they were growing weaker, swimming more feebly. She wished now she had run for help herself. Would no one ever come? She heard the sailor shout encouragingly to his companion. She too cried aloud. With sobs and tears, she ran up and down the shore in a transport of distress. Not so much as a rowboat was anywhere in sight. If one had been at hand, quite unskilled as she was, she would have taken it and tried to reach them. It was not because it was Paul Anthony. Something higher and wider than individual sympathy moved her. Ah, sweet heaven, would these men die before her eyes? Then, as she almost despaired, hope revived again. How the next 5 minutes passed, Ruth never knew, but she knew that the sailor struggled through the surf, that she waded out among the surf-wet rocks and caught his hand, that he tottered forward and just above the water's edge dropped helpless at her feet. And Paul! Dimly, one may suppose, he saw his companion safe. With a great effort, he cried out something in congratulation, toiled on a few paces further, found footing on the sand, then slipped and fell under the shallow water. They say one reasons quickly in dire extremity. No help was near. Before anyone could come, Ruth knew it would be too late. There was just one chance whereby Paul Anthony's life might be saved. Ruth resolved to accept that chance. She slipped off her light, strong woolen shawl. With her steady fingers, she tore it into 3 long strips, which she tied strongly together. Then, with one end looped round a jutting rock, and the other end round her waist, she was ready for her work, for her risk. Was there risk? She said to herself that there was none, that the water was not above her head, that she could draw herself back by the shawl when she desired. But ah, it was fearful, that first plunge in the beating waves, that blind groping after the helpless form that lay prone on the bottom. And when she reached it, she cried aloud in her passionate distress. Distress, never despair. For shall not weak muscles obey the strong heart, the mighty will? It was a clear triumph of mind over matter. When she had drawn him partly upon the rocks, and knelt there, having cheated the sea of its prey, Ruth knew, in spite of her swimming senses, that it was only the occasion that had lifted her to its level. Great God! How did you do it? She looked up, and the dripping sailor stood over her, white and amazed. And then Ruth fainted. This story made a sensation, you may be sure. Ruth was the target of all eyes. A few admired, many wondered at her, and a few more seemed to think it almost unwomanly to have saved a life. And what did Paul Anthony think? He had ample time for reflection during his convalescence, and later also, when abroad again, he sat by Ruth's side and watched her slight hands employed in some dainty work, and remembered what noble service they had done. And Ruth's innocent heart was full of that exquisite happiness that comes but once. A week or 2 drifted by. They were sitting on the veranda one afternoon. Ruth's heart was trembling. Surely no man had a right to bend so near her with such a face, unless he were a lover. Miss Van Dusen put aside the muslin curtain behind which she had been watching the tableau, and looked out. "Paul, I want you." He rose, colored as he met her eyes, and went to her. "Paul." "Don't be cross, Carrie. One must be amused, and it's a very nice little girl." "Very nice. Only there's something I think she ought to know." And without another word she arose and swept past him in her voluminous draperies, out upon the veranda and up to the seat Paul had just left. "I have been wanting so much to tell you, my dear Miss Ruth," she said in a low, caressing tone. "How grateful I am to you for what you did for Paul. You were a little heroine." Ruth's cheeks kindled and then went quite white. "If it hadn't been for you," said Miss Van Dusen in a whisper, "I should have lost my lover. Nobody knows but ourselves, and now you, that Paul and I are engaged." Ruth looked up very calmly, but I am not sure that she saw anything. "One doesn't like to be labeled, taken at a watering place," laughed the lady. And Ruth laughed a little too, and there was a little more talk, and then Miss Van Dusen went back to her lover. Ruth sat still and sorted bright wools, and made a pretty picture in the afternoon sunlight. And Paul watched her and thought, she doesn't care much after all." Ruth went to tea that night, and though she did not eat much, that was only the fault of the late dinner. "I shall be glad to get back to our simple country ways again." Miss Crowninshield smiled a scornful look. "Ruth, don't you go telling lies." "Lies? What are you looking at, Aunt?" The old lady took down her glass. "It is Jack Bedford. What is he here for?" "Who is Jack Bedford, and why shouldn't he come here?" "He is nobody whom you'll care for," said Miss Crowninshield, quite unaware of the sore heart beside her. "Jack is my lawyer's clerk. He will be taken into the firm some day, but at present he works like a slave and just supports himself. Ah, he sees me." The old lady nodded and smiled brightly, and when, as they went back to the drawing-room, Mr. Bedford joined them, it was easy to see that he was a prime favorite. "What brought you to this Vanity Fair? I thought you were more sensible. Came to see the world? So did Ruth. This is my niece, Mr. Bedford. She came to see the world also. She will tell you how she likes it." Looking at Ruth then, for the first time, something in her eyes touched her aunt. Her voice softened, and presently she sent her away to her room. Late that night, as Ruth was lying awake and God knew how wretched, Miss Crowninshield came in. "Is this true, my dear, that I hear downstairs about Paul Anthony's engagement?" "Quite true, Aunt. Miss Van Dusen told me about it herself." Miss Crowninshield sat down on the foot of the bed. "That young man has made the greatest mistake of his life," she said solemnly. "Oh, no, Aunt. Miss Van Dusen is—" And here the voice faltered, and the strong heart gave way, and Ruth sobbed out her sorrow in her aunt's arms. Miss Crowninshield was wonderfully kind and considerate. She never even told the girl that one day she would be cured of this sorrow that seemed now unendurable. Where would have been the use? But she planned walks and drives and sails, and Jack Bedford was always of the party. This was, of course, pure benevolence on Miss Croninshield's part. People began to say that the old lady was tempted to do a little matchmaking, and that it was a shame to inveigle a poor lawyer like Jack Bedford into a marriage with a penniless girl. Fortunately, the parties criticized were not aware of the criticism. Ruth was trying with all her might to keep up. Her woman's pride was fighting a mighty battle with her woman's love. She was not quite a wallflower now. It was found that she could say piquant things. By and by they were a little bitter. Poor girl! She was drifting along very much in the dark, very much at the mercy of her own unduly sensitive temperament. Perhaps in these troubled days she was overkind to Jack Bedford. Love was so far from her heart, and Jack's genuine manliness was such a foil to the vapidity about her. He found her one day on the rocks, where she had been surrounded by a little court of admirers. One by one they had dropped off. "I have been watching till audience should be possible," he said playfully. "La reine est morte! Vive la reine!" Her voice had a sharp inflection, and she pointed to Miss Van Dusen, around whom the idlers were gathering. Jack looked at her curiously, and she colored under his eyes. "What is it, Mr. Bedford?" "I was wondering whether this vein of bitterness, shall I call it? I beg your pardon, was merely a fashion of speech, or the outcome of an experience." She changed countenances so instantly, so painfully, that he went to her side at once. "Forgive me. I would not hurt you for the world. What have I done?" She was struggling for composure, and rose, eager to leave him. Pray don't go yet. Have I offended you? Pity me, Ruth, if I have, because I love you." "Love me?" Never, I fancy, was love's plea so strangely received. She looked at him, cold and incredulous. "Is there anything strange in that? Anything strange that in these 3 weeks I have found out that you are the woman in the world whom I can love?" A shade of scorn crossed her face. "There must be some mistake. I am a poor girl, Mr. Bedford, quite dependent upon my aunt's charity. I have no expectations." He grew pale. "Do you know that you insult my honor? You accuse me of being a fortune hunter," he said in a low, excited tone. In his wounded feelings, in his anger and aggrieved pride, she began to understand him, to guess that here indeed she had lost all that her soul most eagerly coveted. "I love you, Ruth. he repeated. "Can't you say anything kind to me?" She hid her face in her hands. "It is too late, she whispered. "I have nothing to give you." "That!" he said, shocked and bewildered, seeing her sobbing and trembling. "I did not know. I had no right to speak. Do you mean—" He stopped short, realizing what he had lost. "Oh, Ruth, I could hate the fortunate man who has won you." "No one has cared to win me," she cried, with a sudden impulse, a great tide of shame crimsoning her face. "I have been duped, deceived, and so I cannot return an honest man's love." She broke from him at these words and hurried away. That night, Jack Bedford held a long conference with Miss Crowninshield and was enlightened about many things. "It is all Paul Anthony," said that lady. "Ruth is an unsophisticated little country girl, and took for sober earnest what was only pastime to him. I did not know it had gone so far, but after the engagement I saw notes of his that no honorable man should write unless his intentions were serious. But what is a broken heart at 20? Ruth will come out of this, and if you love her still—" "Love her still? Poor innocent dove." "I am sure you may hope to succeed, and I'm free to say, Jack Bedford, I hope you will. Ruth has qualities which would make her an invaluable wife for a clever, ambitious young man, and though she isn't my heiress— Miss Crowninshield, Hear me out, young man. Though I intend to leave my money to an institution, still I would undertake the trousseau and perhaps make her a little present on her wedding day that should go toward the tour. There, don't protest. I know you, Jack Bedford." Knowing Jack Bedford, Miss Crowninshield was not at all surprised when nearly a year afterward, when winter had come and gone and the sweet season of love had come round again, he came to her and asked whether in her opinion he might go to Ruth now. "I should think so," said the old lady promptly. "She ought to have found out his worthlessness and your merit by this time. If she hasn't, tell her not to call me aunt any more." So Jack went down to the pretty country town where Ruth lived, and stood under the drooping red roses over her door, and looked into her sweet face, and thought how she was all a part of the perfect June picture, and caught the happy surprise in her eyes. "Say you're glad to see me," he exclaimed, clasping her hands. "Ruth, say that you wanted me as much as I have wanted you." Ruth did not say all this, but she breathed out, "Oh, Jack," and he was satisfied. The wooing sped, I shall not linger to describe it, and the wedding day came and went, and then the question of the trip was undecided. "I wish we could take a run over to England," said Jack. "The continental tour is of course an impossibility, but we might see Chatsworth and Blenheim and Kenilworth. I wonder if we could afford it." "I wish we could," said Ruth, looking at him with tender admiration, and thinking how bravely he had earned the vacation he courted. "There is Aunt Croninshield's wedding present." Jack laughed. Had not the grim old lady all along given them to understand that, beside Ruth's pretty wardrobe and this generous store of lingerie, her gift would only be a trifle? "Get it, dear, and let us see how far it will help us out." Ruth went to her desk and brought out the envelope, unopened till now. Jack broke the seal. A slip of paper fell out. They picked it up, looked at it, and then at each other. It was a check for $100,000. "I made a confounded mistake," said Paul Anthony, meeting them in Paris next year. And everybody said the same, for Miss Van Dusen's property turned out to have been vastly exaggerated, and everybody knew her temper was not the best in the world. End of section 14. Section 15 of Hearth and Home, Collected Poems and Stories by Various. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Jack Doldrum by Norman Courtney. How many years it is since I made John Doldrum's acquaintance, I am not going to say, but we were boys together, schoolmates and bedfellows. We used to call him Dolly, and a happier, merrier, lighter-hearted child you would scarcely wish to see. He was quite a favorite with the boys, and among the women in the kitchen he was allowed to do pretty much as he liked. How he ever learned his lessons used to puzzle me, for I don't recollect ever seeing him regularly sit down to study. But notwithstanding his seeming idleness, he was generally at the head of his class. In all sorts of mischief and bedevilry, Dolly was foremost, and of any kind of fun or frolic, from robbing an orchard or overturning an old woman's apple stall, to breaking a window or fastening one street door knocker to another and alarming the whole street at midnight, he was never known to give a denial. In fact, for a lad of his size, for Dolly was but a diminutive urchin, there never was a noisier or a prettier fellow. When I left school for college, Dolly was just the same gay, light-hearted lad as ever, and during the next few years we seldom heard of each other and never met. There are few friendships so soon forgotten as those formed at school, and, but for the merest accident, I dare say Dolly and I would have remained strangers altogether. I had been about 3 years at Brasenose, and had just taken my first degree, when business or pleasure, I forget which, a little of both perhaps, drew me up to London. When coming out of the theatre one night, it was during the Kemble dynasty, I was attracted by a noisy altercation between some young fellows and a cabman. I lingered to listen, and in the voice of the youngest of the party, I thought I recognized a familiar sound. I drew near, and there, in the very heat and bustle of the fray, was my quondam friend Jack Doldrum. The recognition was instantaneous. "What, Dolly?" I exclaimed. "Tom, my boy," said he, and in another moment I found myself taking serious part in the wordy dispute with the cabman. Explanations quickly ensued, and rescuing my friend from the mob that was fast gathering, I walked away with him arm in arm. I found him just the same as ever, just the same light-hearted, careless fellow, with something of the dandy added to his small but graceful figure, and as we trod the almost deserted streets of the quarter to which we had bent our steps, we severally imparted our little histories. Dolly, I soon discovered, had come to London to study, and had entered himself a student of the Temple. But pleasure had too many temptations for his rather superficial nature, and he was fast relapsing into the by no means enviable character of a man about town. Before we had arrived at my lodgings, a new phase of my companion's character had revealed itself to me, and I discovered, with no small degree of pain, that my old schoolfellow stood a very good chance of soon squandering his small patrimony. To engaging manners and the most gentlemanly address, poor Dolly united the most childlike simplicity, amounting almost to gullibility, so that I feared for his future career. He had, I was not long in finding out, the reputation of being a good-natured, witty fellow, and beside being open to flattery to an extent hardly credible, he was so extremely credulous that he seemed scarcely capable of believing in the existence of such things as selfishness or cupidity in all the wide world of London. That night we supped and smoked together, and chatted over our sober cup of the happy school days passed away, and the anticipations of happier days yet in store. And as we sat together, I marked the eager, sanguine face of Dolly, I still called him by his old familiar name, and the thought of how much he must yet certainly endure, and how little his spirit was fitted for the rough encounter with the world, brought a shade of sadness across my thoughts, that I could not, for the life of me, dispel. It was morning before we sought repose, for the memories of old days so beguiled us that we took no heed of time. And what with telling old stories, singing old songs, and comparing notes of old loves and new friendships, the hours slipped unheeded by. We parted. It matters not to tell of my own success. Suffice it that I was successful, and in pursuit of my profession, all thought of my gay-hearted old friend had almost passed from my recollection. I did hear of him occasionally, though, and in rather an unpleasant manner, for certain dishonored bills of exchange, with his name as acceptor, were once or twice the subject of actions in the courts, though as I was never personally engaged in either of them, I took little heed of the circumstance. And once, being with a party at Blackwall, at the conclusion of a successful suit, I met him in the center of a noisy circle of young bucks, all life and gaiety. He was too busy to stop with me more than a few minutes, but in that little time he told me he had cut the law and was living like a gentleman. I had my eye upon the party, for they dined in the same room with us, though at a considerable distance, and as every now and then their uproarious mirth reached our table, I felt that each fresh burst of laughter was at the expense of my friend Dolly, though he, poor simple soul, never suspected it for a moment. At parting, I contrived to lead him to a window, and there, under cover of gazing out upon the moonlit water, I whispered in his ear, "Whatever you lend your friends, Dolly, don't lend them your name to a bill." He squeezed my hand in a grateful manner, and as I left the room, the ringing laughter of the party at a fresh sally of wit from Dolly greeted my ears. Years passed away, more years than the mother of my children cares to count, when I was one day led by business into the debtors' prison of the Fleet, and there, among the racket players, dressed in a faded hunting coat, and with a great moustache and 4 days' beard, was Jack Doldrum, with the semblance of his old gaiety still apparent. I knew him in a minute, but as I turned to where he stood, he slunk away, evidently unwilling to acknowledge the acquaintance. I was extremely grieved at the discovery, and upon inquiry among my friends, I found that Jack had been 6 years in prison at the suit of a Jew bill discounter, who at that moment held his dishonored acceptances to the amount of several £1,000s. What could I do? I visited the prison again and again, but as Dolly would not recognize me, I did not like to force myself upon him, and so I was unwillingly obliged to let him take his own course. One evening, in the depth of winter, I was sitting alone in my office in the city. The course of a heavy suit in Chancery had detained me longer than was my wont. My clerk had left, and I sat poring over a long, uninteresting brief by the light of the office lamp, when a loud, single rap at the outer door of my chambers startled me from my study. I rose and opened the door, when a cadaverous-looking man presented himself, and put into my hand a bit of paper, upon which was scrawled in pencil, "Come to me, dear Tom. I think I'm dying. J.D." I glanced at the messenger. "You come from Mr. Doldrum?" said I. "Yes, sir," said the man. "For God's sake, make haste. The gates close at 10, and I don't think he'll live till morning." "Good heavens!" I exclaimed. "Poor Dolly!" You may be sure I was not long in making my toilet. So soon as we got down into the street, I sent the man for a cab and rang at the door of an eminent surgeon, and taking him with me in the vehicle, made the best of my way to the Fleet. The messenger did not ride with us, but taking to his heels, was soon out of sight, and when we arrived at the outer gate, we found the cadaverous man arrived before us. Hurriedly passing into the prison, we followed our guide through the yard into the building itself, where, in the very topmost room of one of the poorest wards, we found my old friend Dolly. I think I shall never forget the sight that met my eyes. Although I went at once to the bedside of the patient, my hasty glance took in every article in the barely furnished room. It was a poor, miserable apartment, with whitewashed walls, around which were hung some engravings of the wretchedest description. In one corner, and occupying nearly half of the scanty space, was a low pallet bed, on which lay poor Jack, while upon a little table was placed a few vials, an old Bible, a dice box, and a pack of cards, the latter of which articles the cadaverous man hastily took up and thrust into his pocket. My eyes sought the bed, and there, writhing in agony and worn almost to a shadow, lay the remnant of the once gay and careless Dolly. The tears started to my eyes as I gazed, and taking his thin, wasted hand within my own, I bent over his face, on which the hot, scalding drops fell down like rain. He had been slumbering, but now he woke, and opening his eyes, wild with fever, he gave me a look I shall never forget, and uttered a cry of pain that seemed to shake the room. The surgeon came and took the other hand.
"I fear it is too late," said he. "Nothing but immediate removal can save him. Fever and want have been too much for his weak frame." I was about to rush from the room to seek the governor, when poor Jack lifted himself up in the bed with a violent effort, seized my hand convulsively, and pressing it to his lips, essayed to speak. "Speak to him, sir. He's quite sensible now," said the attendant. "Dolly," said I through my tears. "Poor Dolly!" I could say no more, for just at that moment he dashed my hand aside, and uttering a wild cry, fell down again upon the pillow. We bent over him and listened to his quick breathing. Suddenly, all was still, and the ticking of the watch in my pocket seemed, to my fancy, like the beating of a strong heart in agony. A moment more, and the surgeon, bending over his face, exclaimed, "The laws which brought him here have given him his discharge at last." Subsequently, inquiry led me to believe that he had written the note to me some days previously, but that he had exacted a promise from his poor attendant not to deliver it till he should be no longer able to direct his movements. The man was too faithful to his word. In a quiet corner of a country churchyard, within sound of the old school bell, and shaded by the leaves of a weeping ash, there is a little grave. A wooden tablet is at the head of the grass-grown mound, and upon it are inscribed 2 words, "Poor Dolly." End of section 15, read by Elsie Selwyn.
Section 16 of Hearth and Home, Collected Poems and Stories by Various. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Only to love you. Only to love you a whole life long, light in the darkness and faith made strong, in the world with its weariness sweet with song. Only to love you a whole life long. Only to love you, to feel, to see your dear eyes shining with love for me, when light hath left night and the dark falls drear, refuge and rest and the morning there. Only to love you, of love to ask, nothing save only the lowliest task, and death made sweet with the last dear song of love that hath loved you a whole life long. End of section 16, read by Elsie Selwyn. Section 17 of Hearth and Home, Collected Poems and Stories by Various. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Astray in the Snow by J.D. Burton. All day the heavy gray clouds had been scudding across the sky, and now at 2 p.m. they seemed to rest like a monk's cowl on the summit of old Helderberg. The air seemed thick with snow, and yet not a flake had fallen hitherto, but now the great white plumes took shape and fell everywhere. Farmer Barton rose stiffly from the great armchair where he had indulged in an after-dinner nap, and looked out. "Well, wife, I guess this will be the heaviest snowstorm we've had this winter. It's lucky I went to mill and got them things at the grocery, for if I'm not mistaken, the fences will be covered before morning." "Yes, father," answered a pleasant-faced, portly matron as she seated herself with a basket containing innumerable balls of yarn, and drew up beside her another filled with stockings, mittens, and home-knit scarves, all of which were to undergo a close inspection, and even the suspicion of a hole, fortified by the bright darning needle. After selecting a mitten and drawing it on her hand and looking thoughtfully at it, she continued, "I wish everyone was as well prepared as we are. Is that George threshing?" "Yes, I suppose so. He wants to finish getting out the oats this afternoon, and I ought to go and help him. This threshing is back-breaking business. I think I'll keep the machine a day or 2 longer next year and have it all done." "Pity you hadn't this.
"I hate to see you so tired," responded the wife as he took down his hat and prepared to go out. The brief winter afternoon soon slipped away. The muffled thuds of the flails as they beat the grain from its sheath of pale gold made company, as she expressed it, for her. Social in nature, she sometimes felt very lonely when the duty of the farm called husband and son to some remote corner where she could neither catch a glimpse of them nor hear their voices guiding their teams for many hours. Then she would muse on what might have been if little Emily had lived. 10 springs had the white roses blossomed on the little grave, and as many winters had it been whitened by the snowflowers, and still the mother's heart yearned for the lost one. She was often saying, if Emily had lived, she would be such or such age. Now it was 17 come next April. Then she would sigh softly, if she could have been spared for George's sake. I wonder the boy is so contented at home with nobody but father and me. She had thought and spoken of her husband by that paternal title ever since the prattling tongues of her little ones had learned to lisp it. But he is fond of his books, and that is company for him. Then the fond maternal heart would brood over some little plan, some bright surprise for her darling. Oh, well might he be content in that Arcadian home, where love ruled and the pomp and pride of worldly show had never come. The early twilight gathered shadows in the corners of the room as she rose and put away her completed task, and drew the table out, covering it with snowy linen, preparatory to the evening meal. Supper it was always called there. She heard her husband stamping the snow from his feet in the entry, and presently his voice saying, "Bring me a broom a minute, please." As she handed him the desired utensil, she saw the necessity for its use in the pile of snow that had fallen inward on opening the door. He saw her look of surprise. "Yes, it does storm awful. I pity any poor soul that is out far from shelter tonight." "I hope there are none," heartily responded the wife. "There, that will do," as he continued brushing vigorously at the few remaining particles of the intruding element. "Now come in by the fire. I suppose George stayed to see to the cattle?" "Yes, he's giving them a fresh bed from the straw we threshed this afternoon. He's as tender-hearted as a gal, and couldn't sleep in his bed if he thought one of them creatures was suffering." "Bless the boy," responded the mother as they entered the warm, cozy room. The lamps were burning brightly, the table garnished with a good substantial meal that looked sufficiently inviting when the boy, standing very near 6 feet, came in saying, "All right, mother. I see supper is ready, and I shall be very soon, for I have an excellent appetite after our sharp day's work. But the oats are threshed, eh, father?" "Yes, my son, thanks to your energy. We both worked hard enough, but you accomplished the most. Our boy is the better man of the two now," glancing at his wife after a proud look at the youth. Supper over, the weekly paper was brought out. When the last item of interest had been read and discussed, George felt at liberty to devote the remaining hour to a favorite author. This was his happiest time. True, he enjoyed his work, but when all was done, to sit so, with those dearest so near that he could put his hand and grasp that of his father, or lean forward and print a kiss on the round and still rosy cheek of his mother, while he read of far-off lands where were strange men and beasts and birds and creeping things, was real pleasure. Sometimes a yearning to see all these wonders came over him, but one look at the bent shoulders of his father, or into the loving eyes of his mother, and the desire was smothered at its birth. No, I could never leave them. It would break their hearts. I will be content that others shall see and know, and I through them. They were early risers in Farmer Barton's household, and of course early to bed. So as the clock told the hour of 9, George closed his book, brought his lantern, and prepared for a visit to the barn, to see that all were snug and comfortable before retiring. He had been absent but a few moments when his voice was heard calling, "Mother, open the door, quick!" Hurrying to comply with this request, she was met by her son, carrying what she at first thought a child. She could not see the face, but a fair curl that strayed over his supporting arm, and the little foot that peeped from beneath the dark dress might reasonably be supposed to belong to a girl of 12 years. Without a word, he crossed the room and deposited his burden on the lounge. Then, to the eager questions of his mother, he replied, "I found her just outside the gate, half buried in the snow. She must have been there a good while. Are there any spirits in the house?" Then, as his mother approached with a blanket she had snatched from a bed in an adjoining room, he raised the stiffened little hand, looked at it a moment, and said, "As I feared, her hands are frozen, and you had better look to her feet, while I bring a bucket of snow. We must get rid of the frost before trying to warm her." In an instant, Mrs. Barton was removing the dressing from her feet, saying as she proceeded, "Humph! Shoes like a kid glove and cotton stockings, as I live, to be out in such weather. Here, George, some snow, and father, there's hot water in the tea kettle. You just mix a good strong brandy sling. I think that will bring her round." And so these faithful souls labored to rekindle the flame of life that was ready to go out forever. While George applied the snow to the little waxen fingers, he had time to study the still, pale face lying there like a white lily on the dark chintz pattern of the sofa cushion. It was not the face of a child, but of one whose feet had just crossed the borderland and were now on the threshold of womanhood. She might be 17. Small as she was, the outlines of her figure were softly rounded, not angular like those of an undeveloped girl. "There, George, what do you think? Will it do to wrap them up now?" For just one instant he took the dimpled foot and held it in his hand. The pink was coming into the tips of the toes, so he said, "Yes, the frost is out. It is safe to get them warm now as soon as you can." The sling was brought and a few spoonfuls poured carefully into her mouth. A little quivering sigh rewarded their efforts, and then a pair of eyes of purplish blue opened and gazed with a bewildered look about the room, finally resting inquiringly on the good couple bending over her. With native modesty, George had withdrawn as he saw the trembling lids rising, and now stood out of view by the window. The mute question was answered by Mrs. Barton. "You are safe among friends, my dear, where you shall be as comfortable as we can possibly make you." A look full of gratitude rewarded these cordial words, and, nestling among the soft cushions, she was soon in a peaceful sleep. When this was apparent, Mrs. Barton addressed her companions. "Now, Father and George, you go to bed. I shall stay here and keep the fire going and see if she wakes or wants anything." George looked as if it would not be a great hardship to keep his mother company in her watch, but seeing that his presence could well be dispensed with, he took his departure after a lingering look at the sleeper and a whispered request that he should be called if needed. The blue smoke rose on the clear, bright air, and as the sun's rays first touched it, it looked like a pile of soft, aerial cushions tinged with crimson and gold, while below all was white and still. Here and there a fence stake protruded from the slight elevation that marked the course of walls not less than 3 feet in height, where a few trees lifted snow-laden branches in the morning light. The door softly opened, and the face of her son appeared, as Mrs. Barton turned with a finger on her lip and a cheerful nod, indicating that all was well, but she wished to have quiet a little longer. A pleasant smile was her answer, and the door closed without a sound. She soon heard him whistling softly as he lifted great cakes of snow on the broad blade of his wooden shovel. In this way, paths fit to be trodden by the Queen of the Vestals were soon made, and then father and son went away together to do the morning chores. In the meantime, breakfast had progressed bravely, but without noise. Every plate had found its place, the snowy bread and golden butter and all the etceteras of a tempting breakfast looked inviting enough for the most delicate appetite. As the time approached for the return of the father and son, the matron felt a little puzzled. Should she wake the sleeper, or— As she went hesitatingly toward the lounge, the blue eyes opened, and a soft voice said, "Where am I?" The kind face seemed to awaken memories of the past night, and there was a faint smile, followed by a shudder at the recollection of weary wanderings in darkness and blinding snow. But she had not long to dwell on these unpleasant topics, for a kind, motherly voice was already inquiring if she had rested well. The interest seemed so genuine that she exclaimed, "How good you are!" by way of reply. "You poor lamb!" and a kiss on her forehead were her answer, for the mother was saying in her heart, "Just about the age Emily would have been." After a moment's silence, she asked, "Would you like to get up now? Breakfast is ready and the men folks will be coming in." This had the effect of thoroughly rousing the yet languid girl, and with the assistance of the hostess, she was made neat and trim. This was only accomplished in time for the entrance of those whose coming had been announced. She looked and remembered the face of the farmer as he had stood, glass in hand, looking so kindly at her. But who was this, who looked with that pair of brown eyes, half curiously, half bashfully, at her, and who bowed rather awkwardly, she thought, as Mrs. Barton said, "This is our son George." The father addressed her, "Bright as a lark this morning. One doesn't need to look twice to see the change since last night." At this, a pallor swept over the delicate face and the lips quivered. Startled at the effect of his words, he hastily placed a chair, and as she dropped into it, he added, There, never mind now, it's all over," touching with his horny hand her bright, rippling hair. She looked up and smiled through the tears that had gathered on the long lashes. Seeing this, one of the group felt a sensation about his heart hitherto unknown. Breakfast over and the good matron in her charge left alone again, the latter ventured timidly to inquire how they had discovered her, for she remembered only vainly trying with benumbed fingers to undo the fastenings of the gate, and that the light in the window seemed to revolve and then go out. The manner of her rescue was described, bringing a vivid blush to her cheek when that part was reached where the young farmer had brought her in, just like a baby, in his arms. After this, she sat for a long time in deep and apparently painful thought. When the morning's work was done and Mrs. Barton sat down to rest, the young girl began, "Your great kindness to me claims my confidence, and an explanation of the strange manner of my appearance among you." "Take your time, my dear," was the reply, "and if you never tell us, you shall be just as welcome to all we have done, or can do for you." "But I wish to tell you." No further objection was made, for really the good woman's curiosity was almost painful, and the girl began her story. "My father was a clergyman in the interior of this state, where we lived a quiet, peaceful life until I was 8 years old. Then an epidemic swept through our village, and we, with many others, were left desolate. Our calamity was not alone the loss of the best of husbands and fathers, but our means of support was also cut off, my father's salary being all our dependence. A friend of my mother wrote from our state capital, saying that there was an opening in a young ladies' seminary, and she would obtain the position for her if desired. Of course, she was very thankful for anything that would afford a respectable support for herself and child. We soon left our dear little home, and took up our abode in the city. Thenceforth my poor mother sustained a heavy weight of care in addition to her load of grief, but she bore up bravely for the sake of her child, whose opportunities for an education were better there than they could have been elsewhere. But the strain was too great for her delicate constitution. She looked like a middle-aged woman, when she should have been young in face and heart, as she really was in years. This could not last always. She broke down entirely, and I, a girl of 16, looked about for some occupation that would afford a support for myself and the dear invalid. An offer from one of the patrons of our school to take charge of the education of some of her younger children was thankfully accepted, but only a few weeks passed before I was compelled to return to my mother's side, where I soon perceived I was to watch and wait for the end. The lady in whose family I had been employed came often to see us, and comforted my mother with assurances that her home should be mine so long as I needed her care and protection. This was, of course, a great comfort to my mother, but lest by some mischance I should be thrown upon the world, she told me of a cousin, a good, kind woman, married to a well-to-do farmer, who would, she believed, give me a home in her house if ever I had occasion to seek her. I cannot tell you of the dark days that followed. My mother sank rapidly, and soon all was over. I went back to my duties. The lady was very kind and patient, I believe, and gradually my grief somewhat abated. About this time the eldest son, who had spent several years abroad, returned home. A life in Paris and at the German watering places had not improved his morals, and the first time I met him I shrank in fear from his bold looks. I tried in vain to avoid him. He sought every opportunity of placing himself in my way, and finally used such language as to compel a threat of exposure to his mother if it was repeated. A few days subsequent to this, one of the little girls came running to me saying, "Get us ready quick, Miss Grace. We are to go for a drive in the park." I, of course, supposed the order came from her mother, and hastened to comply. We were soon standing at the entrance, ready, and the coachman drove up. Mr. Harry was there and offered to assist me. I could not refuse the proffered service, but as I gave him my hand and glanced into his face, I saw there a look of fiendish exultation that made my heart stand still with terror, which was not diminished by the almost certainty that he had climbed to a seat beside the driver after closing the door. And then the carriage was different, now that I had time to observe it, from the one we had been accustomed to go out in. All this puzzled and frightened me, but still I assured myself that no harm could come to me while the children were there. The coachman drove rapidly, and soon the trees of the park were visible through the carriage windows. Then we halted, and Mr. Harry appeared at the door. Reaching his arms to the children, he said, "Come, let us have a run." They sprang to him and were quickly set down. As I was about to follow, he leaped into the carriage which dashed away. I caught a glimpse of the coachman leading the children toward the other carriage as we were whirled past. I knew then that I was fairly entrapped and in the power of an unscrupulous man. On we went, out from the city streets, over what seemed to me miles and miles of country road. At last it grew dark, and I cowered in my corner in a perfect paroxysm of terror. He had repeatedly addressed me, sometimes in a coaxing and would-be soothing tone, and then, exasperated at what he termed my stubbornness, he would utter a half-suppressed threat. At last the carriage stopped before a large villa that seemed to be unoccupied, save one wing where lights appeared. Lifting me to the ground, he kept a firm hold of my wrist and led, almost dragged, me up the steps. A sharp ring was answered by a wrinkled old crone who leered at me as I was drawn into the hall, with a look scarcely less evil than that I had seen on the face of her master. Heaven help me now, I thought, and my heart, in which had been a hope that one of my own sex could not be deaf to my prayers, sank like lead. She would do anything for money. "Is everything ready, Bess?" he asked. She blinked her red eyes and nodded. "Lead on, then," was the command. She shuffled before us to the foot of a long flight of stairs, when he seemed to have changed his mind, held out his hand for the light, saying, "There, go. I know the way. You bring up something warm and nice for the little beauty." She went off chuckling as if his speech contained the very soul of wit. We ascended the stairs, passed along the broad hall, and stopped before a door which he flung open, pushing me before him into the room. He turned the key, and removing it from the lock, put it in his pocket, saying as he did so, "Now, miss, if you will be reasonable, you shall be treated all right. But if you choose to sulk and pout, it will only be the worse for you. There is not the slightest chance for you to elude me here. Old Bess, you and I are the sole occupants. No one comes near the place for months to come, when some of the servants will be sent out to get ready for mother and the rest of them." Then I knew for the first time that I was at their country villa, which I had heard was situated in a retired spot. I could now find comfort only in the thought that death was not beyond my reach, if the worst came, and it was a choice between that and dishonor. The old woman was soon heard at the door, which was unlocked for her admission. She brought in a tray containing a bottle of wine, a pot of tea, and many delicacies to tempt the appetite. A small table was drawn to my side, and these placed thereon. Then he began coaxing me to eat, but I neither could nor would. At last his patience was exhausted, and he rose, saying, "I'll tame you yet. That stubborn will of yours shall be broken, and I'll not wait always for your smiles either." And stooping, he raised my face with his hand and printed a kiss on my mouth. I struck him with all my force, a blow that cut the full red lip against the sharp white teeth so that it bled freely. He turned livid with rage, and as he applied his handkerchief to the wound, he said savagely, "You will pay for this, my lady, before you are 24 hours older." With this, he left the room, locking the door on the outside. What had I done? Had I, in my impotent rage, rendered my persecutor more merciless still? No, that could not be. Believing I might be watched, I ate a little, drank some tea, and then poured out a glass of wine. It was far from my intention to swallow it, for I thought it might be drugged. Still, if there was a spy upon my actions, it would be well to have it seen that I drank it, for then my guard would be less vigilant. I set down the glass and slowly undressed, taking care to so place every article that I would have no difficulty in finding it without a light. Having prepared the bed, I took the wine and went and stood before the grate. Raising the glass, I feigned to drink the contents, but let it fall on the rug at my feet. Then I put out the light and lay down. Surely I heard a cat-like step creeping away from my door. I had been watched, and my quiet manner, after being left alone, had disarmed suspicion. Still, I dared not stir for a long time. At last, believing it to be near midnight, I got up, finding and arranging my clothing as best I might in the pitchy darkness. Having dressed, I cautiously approached the window. Drawing aside the heavy curtain, I attempted to raise the sash, but for a long time it defied my utmost effort. I was near giving up in despair when that last terrible threat seemed to ring again in my ears. I made one more desperate trial, and to my joy felt it yielding. It was soon high enough for me to lean out and peer into the darkness below. There was no moon, but the stars gave a faint light, and I soon made out that away down, it seemed so far, was the roof of a veranda. If I could only reach it, I might possibly get to the ground by aid of the pillars. But how was that to be accomplished? The attempt seemed so hazardous, but had I not resolved to die? And here was a chance for life and freedom. I went back to the bed, removed the sheets, and knotted them firmly. Then the flannel blankets and the Marseille quilt were added to the rope, for as such I intended to use it, having made as sure as possible of the firmness and reliability of the knots. I returned to the open window and began a search for some object to which I could fasten it. My search seemed vain. The blinds were too frail, I feared. I turned away with something like despair. Beside me stood a large bureau. A new hope came to me. Passing my hand down the smooth surface, I found the turned leg, and passing one corner of the sheet around it, I made it fast. Throwing the rest out, I prepared to descend. I could not know whether it reached the roof, and if it did not, I would not stop to think, but with a prayer in my heart for aid in my extremity, I began my descent. Oh, it was awful! I expected every moment that the fastenings would give way and I be dashed to pieces. But heaven had heard my prayer, and I reached my resting place while yet a yard of my rope remained. Creeping to the edge, I discovered that one end was enclosed by lattice work. I made my way there, and clinging with all my strength to the edge of the roof, I placed first one, then the other foot on the frail support. It did not give way, and I was soon on the ground, thanking God for my deliverance. But I was yet alone in the night, in a strange place, and might be found and captured in the morning. Still, the greatest peril past, I would hope for the future. Creeping cautiously along, I soon felt the gravel of what seemed a carriage-way beneath my feet. Stooping down, I felt the wheel marks beneath my hands, and hesitated not a moment in following it. Passing through a large gate that had been left open, I emerged upon what seemed a country road. Fear lent wings to my feet, and unmindful of the roughness of my path, I hurried on, never realizing fatigue until I had traveled what seemed miles to me. Then, all at once, my strength gave way, and I sank exhausted on the hard ground. I had not lain there many moments when I became conscious of a rumbling like that made by a heavy market wagon, and such it proved to be. As it came nearer, I could discern the white, tent-like covering, and ventured in my great fear of being overtaken and recaptured, to call out. The team was stopped, the man peering into the darkness while he questioned, in a tone of amazement, who I was and what was wanted. I replied that I wanted to go to the country, away off from the city. "Why, little gal," he answered, "you are many a good mile from the city now." "Oh, but I must go further. Please take me with you," I pleaded. "Well, climb in then. You're a little creature to be out so alone," in a kindly tone. I was so thankful that I could have fallen down and worshipped him. He seemed inclined to question me, and I told him I was an orphan, that my mother had lately died and left me alone in the city. We had once, a long time ago, lived in the country, and that I was going to try to find a relative of my mother's, who lived in the town of Bern. He said that was all very well, but I ought to have stopped overnight somewhere. Anybody would have taken ye in, but I suppose you was bashful and didn't like to ask. I made no comment on this supposition, and for a long time we rode on in silence. The feeling of security and my utter exhaustion combined to overcome my senses, and I should have fallen from the seat had he not perceived my danger in time to prevent it. "Poor thing," he said, "you are sleepy and had better lie down on the bags in there," pointing with his thumb over his shoulder. I did not wait for a second invitation, but, climbing over the back of the seat, stretched myself on the bags that had contained grain. He took the buffalo robe from the seat and tossed it over me, and I slept. No queen could enjoy more profound repose on her bed of eiderdown than did I in that jolting market wagon. The voice of my friend, for such I must call him, roused me, saying, "Here we are to hum. Jump up, and I'll show you a better bed than that." I got up and looked about me. The gray morning was breaking. He helped me down, and I followed him into the house. Handing me a lighted candle, he opened a door and said, "You just go right up them stairs, and you'll find a bed. Tumble in and sleep as long as you want to." I obeyed his directions and undressed the second time and soon slept. Breakfast had long been over, and the good man gone to his work when I came down. His wife seemed a little shy and suspicious, asking if I wanted to get work, and without waiting for a reply went on, "You don't look as if you could do much, but there's Squire Dennison's wife wants to get somebody to help take care of the baby and do chores. Maybe you'd do. Anyhow, when you've had some breakfast, you better try. They live a couple of miles up the road." She was evidently anxious to be rid of me, but she had kept some breakfast warm, which she set before me, and I thankfully partook of it. I found that I had my purse in my pocket and offered to pay her for her own and her husband's favors. This she refused, and I left her only thanks for both. Of course, I had no intention of looking up Mrs. Squire Dennison and her baby, but meant to inquire my way to the nearest village, where I could learn where I was and probably find a stage-coach that would carry me to the neighborhood of the friend I was seeking. I tried to follow the directions given me at a house where I made inquiries, but the snow was coming on. I got bewildered, and you know the rest. Had it not been for the kindness of yourself and family, I should not want a home any more." "You poor persecuted child," exclaimed her listener, wiping her eyes, which had frequently overflowed during the recital. "As if any kindness of ours could make up for what you have suffered. But you have not told me your name yet." "Vincent, Grace Vincent." "And your mother? Her name was Eleanor Gardner before her marriage, was it not?" A look of bewildered surprise greeted this question. "Yes, I see it is so. I thought as much. I am the cousin of whom your dear mother told you, and you shall be a daughter to us and take the place of our lost Emily." This was too much for Grace, and bursting into tears, she clasped her arms about the neck of this her second mother, who folded her tenderly to her heart, rocking her as if it had indeed been her little lost darling. So father and son found them when they came in a half-hour later to dinner, but none was visible, so absorbed had this model housekeeper been in the recital, and then in her new-found happiness, that it had not occurred to her that the hour was approaching. "Why, wife," said the farmer, "this is the first time in 25 years that you've forgot to get dinner when you've been able to be about." "Never mind, father. You have a daughter in place of little Emily, and you George a sister, so you can afford to eat one cold dinner." Such was their confidence in the good judgment of wife and mother that they did not question her decision or hesitate to believe it a wise one, though the young man thought, "It will do nicely for her to be a daughter to them, but she shall be more than a sister to me." So little Grace learned to be a farmer's daughter, and in time a farmer's wife, with her better scholarship guiding the clear intellect of her husband, at the same time looking up to and resting in his strong good sense and sterling worth. Here culture and taste have lent a grace to the old farmhouse, both without and within, that makes it now one of the loveliest spots on the old Helderberg. End of section 17, read by Elsie Selwyn.
Section 18 of Hearth and Home, Collected Poems and Stories by Various. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Bluebird. Lilting, tilting, comes a bluebird just across the way. Now he sways a bough of maple, now an apple spray. Flitting, flying goes the bluebird, singing sweet afar. Happy tourist, but one knoweth where his wanderings are. End of section 18, read by Elsie Selwyn. Section 19 of Hearth and Home, Collected Poems and Stories by Various. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Little Street Pilot by C.C. Jesse. Little Joe, that was his name, or at least it was the only name by which he was generally known, although he himself, when asked, declared that his real and lawful and only true and proper cognomen was Joseph Warrington, for Joe was very voluble, be it known. Such a name as this, however, was much too long and unwieldy for the glib tongues of his fellow newsboys, and hence it will readily be seen how easily it came to be shortened to brief and euphonious Little Joe. As to the adjective prefix little, that came naturally to the mind the moment one saw the boy. He was a little fellow, so little, in fact, that to have seen him with his bundle of papers under his arm would have caused you to smile. The bundle usually seemed to be larger than the boy by half. Little Joe was a newsboy, and a few years ago he was to be found daily at the junction of Broadway, Ann Street, and Park Row, or in that immediate vicinity, calling out the names of his papers and stock as loudly as the loudest. Joe was bright and ready, with sky-blue eyes and golden hair that hung in clustered ringlets all over his shapely head. He may have been 9 years old, he certainly was not any older, and he looked even younger than that. He was not a pretty boy, nor were his features homely, for the highly intelligent expression of his face overcame its plainness and rendered it attractive. Few persons passed Little Joe without turning to take a second glance at him, although this was caused as much by his sprightly tongue, perhaps, as by anything else. For Joe was witty, astonishingly quick at repartee, and decidedly loquacious. Unlike most of his companions, though, he was never known to use profane language. Such was Little Joe. One pleasant evening in early May I happened to be standing in front of the post office, where I had stopped for a moment to exchange a few words with a friend, when suddenly a firm hand fell upon my shoulder and held me as with a grip of steel. I turned my head quickly, expecting to behold the smiling face of some familiar friend, but to my surprise the man who had thus unceremoniously laid his hand upon me was a stranger. He was a tall, dark man with black and piercing eyes, and wearing a heavy black beard. "Sir," I said, "please to remove your hand, or else quickly explain why you have taken this liberty." "Ha ha ha ha!" The stranger laughed in a loud and hearty voice, as he removed his hand from my shoulder and extended it in a most cordial manner to grasp my own. "Don't you know me, Captain?" I gave him my hand. His manner was so frank and open that I could not help it, but know him I did not. "I believe I fail to recognize you, sir," I said, or rather gasped, for he was shaking my hand so heartily that it almost caused me to wince with pain. Indeed, he was pumping my arm up and down so furiously that I really began to fear that something would break if he kept it up. "Don't know me!" he cried. "Why, I'm Paul Merton." It was he, indeed, a friend whom I had not seen during the past 10 years. Paul Merton was a man several years younger than I, whose acquaintance I had first made in Boston when he was quite a youth. He was a whole-souled fellow every inch, and I liked him thoroughly well. At the time when I first knew him, he was employed in a large banking house, where he was advanced until he held the position of first clerk, with prospect of rising still higher. Very suddenly, however, he resigned, told me he was going to South America, and went. His reason for this sudden movement I never knew, nor could I learn. It was a mystery to all his friends. I received several letters from him at first, but he ceased to write, and for 5 or 6 years previously to this sudden meeting, I had not heard from him at all. No wonder, then, that I failed to recognize him. My hand and arm instantly found their action, and in the manner of handshaking, I tried to return as good as he gave. I introduced my other friend, but he soon left us, and then I made a useless attempt to ask Paul 1,000 questions about himself in a single breath. Of course I failed. In the first place, because of the impossibility of asking more than one question at a time, and secondly, because I was interrupted by no less, no greater would sound better, a personage than Little Joe. "Here's your evening papers," he cried as he pressed close to us and waved a paper over his head. "Here's your evening papers, all the latest news of the world, from Moscow to Chow Chow. If Queen Vic, King William, Old Biz, or Chalminazov is dead, here you'll get the latest accounts. Paper, sir?" We both glanced down at the little urchin, shaking our heads in the negative, but Paul, the moment his eyes fell upon the lad's face, bade him hold on and bought a paper, for which he handed a $1 bill in payment. "Say, this the largest you've got?" the boy quickly cried. "Ain't you got a 20 or a 50 that you want changed? Do you take me to be the sub-treasury? Do you think I'm as rich as George Gould?" Paul laughed. "Never mind the change, my little man," he said. "Keep it for yourself. What is your name?" "Thank ye, sir," said the boy, and he added, "My name? Well, most everybody calls me Lil Joe, but my real and lawful and only true and proper cognomen is Joseph Warrington. That's the name I took with me to Sunday school, anyhow." "Then you go to Sunday school, do you?" "Yes, sir-ree, every Sunday." "Who sends you there?" "My mother, sir." And as the words fell from his lips, I could see the light of love in his clear blue eyes. As for Paul, he seemed to me to be very much interested in the boy. "Have you no father?" he asked. "No," was the reply. "He's dead. I never saw him, sir." "Where do you live?" "At No. Hester Street, sir. We are very poor and have only one room." "Is not this a hard life for you?" Paul next asked. "Well, it ain't a bed of roses by any means," the boy answered, dropping back into his free and easy street patois, which he had discarded for a moment, proving that his natural language was not that of the genuine street Arab. "Why," he added, "do you want to gauge me for a private secretary or anything like that? If so, I'm open to an offer. Examine the goods before you buy. I'm the real stuff and warranted not to fade." Paul laughed again. It was indeed curious to hear such talk from so small a boy. "No," Paul said, "but I do feel an interest in you. Does your mother have work, too?" "Yes, sir, when she is well, but she is now sick. I'm obliged to you for this money, sir, for now I can buy her some fruit." "You want to buy some fruit for her, eh?" "Yes, sir, I must hurry up and sell my papers, and then get the fruit and cut for home. Good night, sir." "Hold on," said Paul. "Here is another $1. You'll find fruit rather high, I fear, so take this, too." "I make it a point never to refuse the legal tender," said the boy as he accepted the bill. "Thank ye, sir. Now I'm off." And he darted away with his cry of, "Evening papers! Evening papers! Paper, sir?" while Paul and I turned our steps toward uptown. As we walked along, I noticed that my companion was thinking deeply about something, for he answered my questions half absent-mindedly. Presently he said, "Captain, I cannot get that little newsboy out of my mind. What do you know about him?" "No more than you do," I answered. "I think he is an honest, truthful little chap." "Will you go back with me and find him again?" Paul suddenly asked as he stopped short. "That boy reminds me of someone I have known, though I am unable to say whom, and I must know more about him. I must see his face again." I agreed, and we walked leisurely back to the corner. When we arrived, there was found a great number of people collected, but not having enough interest in the crowd to inquire the cause, we looked around for the boy. He was not to be seen. Thinking then that he must be somewhere in the crowd, we pressed forward to see if we could catch a glimpse of his diminutive form. From the conversation of those around us, we learned that someone had been knocked down by a horse,
and then we, like the others, felt interested and worked our way toward the point where 2 policemen were standing. "Who is it?" someone in the crowd presently asked in a loud voice. "It is little Joe, the newsboy," one of the policemen replied. "Can you tell us where he lives?" "I can tell you that," cried Paul, as by a desperate effort he elbowed his way to the front, I following him. "He lives at No. Hester Street. Is he badly hurt?" "No, not very, I guess. There is an ugly scratch on his head, and he is unconscious, but no bones are broken." "Have you sent for an ambulance?" "Yes." There on the pavement lay poor little Joe, his face white as death and his golden hair dyed red with blood, while on his arm hung a small basket of fruit. Poor little lad. I can see him now, and Paul too, as he knelt beside him, gently examining his hurt. While Paul was kneeling beside him, the boy opened his eyes, and seeing the kindly face bending over him, he said, "Please, sir, take me home." Paul turned to the policeman. "If you will call a cab," he said, "I will take the boy home and see that he is cared for." "But the ambulance is here now," was the answer. "Never mind, let it return. The boy is not badly hurt, and I will care for him. Captain, will you call a cab?" The last to me. I soon found one, and then with the help of the policeman, the little newsboy was lifted up and carried to it, and Paul and I set out with him for his home. On arriving at the address little Joe had given us, we inquired for Mrs. Warrington, and found that such a person occupied a single room at the top of the house. It was one of the tall tenements, commonly called barracks. We told the cabman to wait, and taking the boy tenderly up, we lifted him out of the cab and carried him upstairs. An Irish woman conducted us to the right room, knocked and opened the door for us. The room was a small one, meagerly furnished, but perfectly neat and clean, and in a low chair sat a woman with a shawl closely drawn around her slender shoulders. She was not more than 28 years of age, but work, worry, and want had given her face a pinched expression that robbed it of its beauty, while her pale complexion spoke of recent illness. I entered first, Paul remaining for the moment out of sight with the boy. "Are you Mrs. Warrington?" I asked. "I am, sir," was the reply in a low, pleasing voice. "Your little boy has met with a slight accident and—" "Oh!" the woman cried as she sprang to her feet. "I hope it is nothing serious. Tell me quickly, sir." "Nothing serious, I assure you," I hastened to say, and at the same moment Paul entered with the boy in his arms. The mother sprang toward him instantly, and taking the boy into his own arms, she covered his childish face with kisses. "Oh, my darling," she cried as she laid him on the bed. "Speak to Mamma. You are not badly hurt, are you?" "No, I guess not," the boy answered faintly, with a smile upon his lips. I glanced at Paul as he moved toward the bed, and I noticed that his face was as pale as death. His eyes were fastened on the gentle-faced woman as she leaned over her boy, and I could see that he was greatly agitated. Presently he touched her arm, and in a hoarse voice said, Luella Ralston, is it you?" The woman uttered a cry and drew back, her face expressive of mingled surprise and alarm. "Who are you?" she gasped. "Do you not know me, Luella? Me, Paul?" A glad look came into the woman's eyes for an instant, and a flush to her cheeks, and she put her hand out toward him. But the next moment her face paled again, and with a low moan she sank down upon a chair. Leave me, she sobbed. "Oh, Paul, leave me." I was thunderstruck. Was I awake or dreaming? I certainly believed the latter. My friend dropped upon his knees beside the woman's chair, clasped her hand in his, and for several minutes they conversed in low and earnest tones. Presently Paul rose, pressed a kiss upon her brow, and then turned to me and bade me congratulate him on the happiest moment of his life, and he introduced the woman to me as Mrs. Ralston. I was surprised to see the change that had come over her so suddenly. Her cheeks were all aglow, and her eyes shone with the light of love and joy. "But my boy," she suddenly cried, "we are forgetting him," and she sprang to the bed where little Joe lay. "Guess I'm coming around all right, Mama," the little fellow's cheery voice cried out as he sat up. "What is all this circus about, though?" he asked. "Who's that man?" indicating Paul. "He is Mr. Merton, Joe. A friend, an old friend of mine, Joe." Seeing that Joe was out of danger and needed no medical attendance, Paul turned to me, saying, "Captain, I must right here and now read a page of my life's history to you and explain that which is now a mystery, namely my sudden departure from Boston 10 years ago, my reticence as to my reason for so doing, and now this strange scene you have witnessed tonight. 10 years ago, as you know, I held a good position in the banking house of Wagon and Company. My salary was not a large one, but it was sufficient to keep me in easy circumstances, and I was happy. When I so suddenly resigned my position and sailed for South America, though, I was fleeing my country like a criminal from justice. "Impossible!" I cried. I could not believe it. "It is the truth," Paul answered. "I was an innocent man, but I was powerless to defend myself. To flee was my only course." "Of what were you accused?" I asked. "Of embezzlement," was the reply. "Listen. Perhaps you knew, if not, I will tell you, that Mr. Wagon had a daughter. She was a beautiful girl, and as good, true, and womanly as she was pretty. She was in the habit of coming down to the banking house quite frequently, and it naturally followed that I became acquainted with her and she with me. Well, to make my story short, it was soon the same old story. I learned to love her, the daughter of a man said to be worth $1 million. I, a poor clerk who had nothing in the world to depend on save my salary. Somehow Mr. Wagon learned my secrets, and when he broached the subject to me, I did not deny the fact. His daughter loved me and was content to wait until my prospects were better, when she promised to become mine. What cared I for an angry father? Simply nothing. But I reckoned without my host. Mr. Wagon was terribly enraged, and forbade my ever seeing his daughter again. He had far better prospects in view for her, he said. As to the daughter, she never came to the office after that, although I met her elsewhere now and then by appointment. This her father soon found out too, and then he formed a plan to ruin my reputation and make his daughter's love for me turn to contempt. Money began to disappear from the banking house in a very mysterious manner, and at last a detective was engaged to ascertain who was the thief. One afternoon, as I was about leaving the office, Mr. Wagon called me into his private room, and as I entered the door, the detective I have mentioned laid his hand upon my arm and arrested me. In my pocket was found a roll of bills, amounting to $200 or more, nearly all of which bore a private mark which the detective had placed on the bills to trace them by. I was speechless, I, an innocent man, to have such a charge made against me. But good heavens, how could I explain my having the money in my pockets? I could not explain it. I had no idea it was there. I saw through the game at once, but what could I do? Mr. Wagon sympathized with me, read me a severe lecture, and was kind enough to say that if I would leave the country at once, he would not make any charge against me, but would keep my disgrace a secret. What could I do? Nothing but go. I handed in my resignation at once and took passage for South America. No one could imagine why. I heard from Boston occasionally from different friends, all of whom wondered at my sudden move. None knew my secret save Mr. Wagon, his daughter, and the detective. I learned of the daughter's marriage, of Mr. Wagon's failure in business, of his death soon afterward, of his daughter's sudden disappearance from the city, and then nothing more for years. I went into business in South America, made money rapidly, and saved it, but I had no desire to return home, the only woman I ever loved being the wife of another. I had nothing to call me back, almost nothing to live for. What is it that now brings me back, then, you would ask? I will tell you. 3 months ago I received a letter from the detective who helped Mr. Wagon to carry out his plot against me, and in it a full confession of his part in the scheme. Poor fellow! He was about dying, and was settling up his worldly accounts. He also informed me that Mr. Wagon's daughter is a widow, and the hope of finding her is what brought me home. I have been to Boston, where I learned that she has not been seen in that city for years. Where she is, no one could tell me. I came here to New York yesterday, hoping to find a clue to her whereabouts by calling on her husband's relatives, whose address I obtained, but they knew nothing about her. Last night I found you by chance, Captain, and then this little newsboy came upon us. The moment I saw his face, it reminded me of someone I had seen. Now I can tell you of whom it was. Captain, this lady is Mr. Wagon's daughter, now Mrs. Ralston." Here the lady spoke, her hand resting peacefully in Paul's. "Yes, I am she said. My husband died about 3 months after our marriage, and my father a short time later. I found then that I was homeless and without money. Nothing of my father's fortune was left.
I found that those whom I thought to be my friends all deserted me in my hour of need, and I came to New York. Here, for several years, I did well at sewing, but my health broke down at last, and but for my little boy, I dare not think what would have become of me. As to the name Warrington, I assumed it to hide myself from all who had known me in my happier days. And but for little Joe, said Paul, I would never have found you. Heaven bless him. It was a joyous reunion. I went out, saying that I would return in an hour. At the end of that time I was back again, and with me my wife, and when we returned home, Mrs. Ralston, her boy, and Paul were with us. The story is told. Mrs. Ralston remained with us for several weeks, and then she became Mrs. Paul Merton. I never saw Paul looking happier than on that occasion, and often his eyes rested fondly upon him to whom he owed it all, little Joe, the newsboy. End of section 19, read by Elsie Selwyn. Section 20 of Hearth and Home, Collected Poems and Stories by Various. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Daniel Deliverer by Elizabeth Banks. On his collar ran the legend, Daniel Delivre, Brockhurst Farm, but everybody called him Daniel Deliverer. Although this name was but a corruption of the proud one borne by his master, descendant of a noble Frenchman who had settled in the United States some 200 years before, it sat fittingly upon him. First as a pup, all legs and teeth and a small bark which grew in meaning and volume from day to day, he had made his appearance in the Delivre household as a deliverer to its pretty young mistress from certain trials arising from her inability to solve the servant problem. When the first Delivre baby was 5 weeks old, its mother, ambitious, inexperienced, and 23, found herself without a handmaiden and unable to obtain one for the proverbial wage of love or money. On the day when she had dismissed peremptorily the young thing she had taken from a foundling asylum to work for board and clothes, because it was discovered that the unaccountable screams from the infant Delivre were caused by the foundling's habit of pinching him in tender spots. Mrs. Delivre wept all over her husband's shoulder, declaring between sobs, "It isn't the housework that's so bad, Jack. It's the housework and the baby. I could do the housework if I didn't have to watch and tend the baby, or I could watch and tend the baby if I didn't have the housework. But the both of them, oh, it's too much, too much." That night, Jack Delivre brought home a collie pup, announcing his intention of instructing him in the duties of nurse to Jack Delivre, Jr. The pup had in him the best of keen Scotch collie blood, and as he grew in height and length and breadth of body, he increased in wisdom and understanding. He passed safely through the period of slipper chewing, learned the science of bone burying, became possessed of a knowledge of the difference between a hornet and a common housefly, learned the various uses for which his tail was given to him, and when the young Delivre was 6 months old, Daniel Deliverer had become his caretaker, and Jack Jr. had become the lifelong friend of Daniel Deliverer. Neither mammy nor daddy was the first word the precocious infant uttered. It was clearly and unmistakably Dan le Livre. Calmly and contentedly, then, the young mistress of Brockhurst cooked and swept and washed dishes, smilingly independent of maidservants, and when finally a real treasure direct from Sweden was secured, thus leaving Mrs. Delivre leisure and inclination for the bringing up of her own offspring, Daniel Deliverer let it be understood that he had no notion of laying down his responsibilities. A daily and interesting spectacle along the road was that of the Delivre baby cooing or sleeping among its pillows, drawn by Daniel Deliverer, harnessed in silver-mounted leather to the go-cart, a mile or so away from the superintendence of any other member of the family. It had taken but a few lessons to teach him the different gaits compatible with uphill, downhill, and level ground, and many a stranger who passed the quaint rig carried the memory of it for many a year as something peculiarly sweet. Daniel Deliverer combined other business with these daily outings too. In the pocket of his harness he carried grocery lists to the village store, taking back beside the baby packages of soap, sugar, and coffee, and in his mouth a wad of sweet chewing gum on which he doted, the gum-chewing habit being, so far as was known, the only bad habit that Daniel Deliverer had cultivated. On the return journey his jaws worked carefully and slowly, yet however deep in the enjoyment of his precious tidbit, he never forgot occasionally to turn back his eyes to the go-kart to see that its occupant journeyed comfortably. All day long he guarded and amused the baby indoors or out, and as the sun went down it was Daniel Deliverer who, with his forepaw, gently rocked the cradle. And when the baby stirred or sighed or wept in the night time, Daniel Deliverer softly barked a lullaby. When Daniel Deliverer was 9 years old, there were 4 boys in the Deliverer household, 2 of whom were twins, and as his own weight and muscle had increased ere the twins came upon the scene, he found it quite as easy to haul the go-kart with its 2 babies as it had been with 1. It had taken him 3 days to get over his puzzlement concerning a baby in exact duplicate, and when one twin had the whooping cough and the other escaped, consternation sat upon the brow of Daniel Deliverer, since if he took one out in the go-kart, he must leave the other to what he could not seem to believe would be the tender mercies of its mother. Yet, as no harm came to the one left at home, he gradually grew to have a confidence in and respect for the lady of the house. Although Daniel Deliverer's principal duties were what might be described as of a feminine nature, he himself never became effeminate in his character. He delighted in all manly sports, such as swimming and golfing with his senior master, and in the evening when the children were asleep, they went for long moonlight strolls and communed as man to man. On such nights, as they passed along the road, the neighbors spoke of them as the 2 Deliverers, or Jack and Daniel Deliverer, and it was known that Jack Delivre loved Daniel as he loved his own soul. Never a cross word had Daniel Deliverer heard, never a threat or a whip, and the only use he knew for a stick was the carrying of it in his mouth. Always his eyes met those of his human friends, enemies he had none, boldly and fearlessly. They spoke a gay good morning to the postman on the rural free delivery route as he took from him the letters. They looked questioningly at the cackling hen as he followed her in search of eggs she said she had laid. One of Daniel Deliverer's daily tasks was to collect the eggs one by one in his mouth, place them in a basket, and carry the basket to the house, and he early learned that a cackle usually meant an egg. Those same eyes gazed wisely and imploringly into those of the village doctor one night when the twin who had escaped the whooping cough had compromised matters by taking the measles. And the doctor needed not to read the note Daniel Deliverer carried in his mouth to know that he was wanted immediately at Brockhurst Farm. And those same eyes spoke terror, then suspense, and then victory when the small Thomas Delivre, although under the care of his own father, fell into the creek at the foot of the garden, and Daniel Deliverer plunged in and brought the child to the bank before the careless father knew what had happened. Thereafter, Daniel Deliverer was a hero. The date also marked the smaller beginnings of his first real troubles. When the baby's clothes had been dried and Daniel Deliverer had been hugged and kissed by every member of the family and shown a corner in a cupboard where he would always find an unlimited supply of chewing gum, the master of Brockhurst issued the decree that every man Jack of his sons was to be taught to swim. For the first experiment, a part of the creek where the water was shallow was chosen. Upon the occasion of the first trip to the creek, Daniel Deliverer was engaged at the letter box with the postman, exchanging pennies for stamps, and so it happened that he was delayed in reaching the creek till Jack Sr. and Jack Jr. were wrestling with the waves. First on their stomachs, then on their backs, the twins and the baby wading cautiously behind. Trotting leisurely down the hill, Daniel Deliverer was suddenly confronted with a sight that sent horror to his heart and swiftness to his legs. 2 members of his family, the 2 that he really loved best, were drowning. With a short howl of warning, he dashed madly into the water, grabbed Jack Jr. by the seat of his trunks, and brought him to shore, then dashed again into the water and brought in the Master of Brockhurst after the same undignified fashion. It was all done so quickly that the 3 younger Delivres, believing some awful catastrophe had happened, set up an unearthly yell and ran back to shore. The 2 Jacks sat dumbfounded among the pebbles, and Daniel Deliverer, panting and trembling with excitement, lovingly licked their legs and faces. "What in thunder?" exclaimed the elder Delivre. "I say, Daniel Deliverer, what do you mean, old fellow?" "Daddy," whimpered the twins in chorus, "Daniel Deliverer ain't going to be shooted. He ain't mad. No, he ain't." "No, he's only had a practical joke. We'll try again," said the Delivre père, whereupon he again collected his brood and turned to the water, calling, "Come on, old man, come and join." Suddenly he picked up young Jack and gave him a throw, crying, "Out with your arms, now with your legs, that's it." But a terrible roar, as of mighty waters, arose behind. Daniel Deliverer gave 3 strokes with his paws, gathered up the howling Jack Jr. in his mouth, and swam into shore. Then the air rang with the laughter of the suddenly enlightened Jack Sr. Daniel Deliverer believed he was saving the boy from drowning. He had taken long, delicious, cooling swims by himself, but it happened that he had never seen a human swim, and did not know that he could be possessed of that accomplishment. But the head of the family, not to be discouraged, plunged into the creek again, this time taking the twins, one by either hand, followed immediately by the now thoroughly roused dog, who, first rescuing his master, swam out a second time and towed in the twins by the hair of the head. The week that followed was one of comic distress in the Delivre family. Every day Daniel Deliverer broke up the swimming lessons. Moreover, his temper was affected. From a happy dog he turned to melancholy. His confidence changed to suspicion. His amiability seemed in a fair way to turn to sourness, if not actual ferocity. After his rescuing expeditions, he would lie for hours upon the grass, given over to thought, which thought but increased his bewilderment and sorrow, from which not even large gifts of chewing gum could rouse him. During one of these fits of abstraction, Delivre Sr. and his sons sneaked to the creek in the hope that Daniel Deliverer would never know, but the swimming lesson had not been in progress 2 minutes before the panting shepherd was seen descending the hill, preparatory to gathering in his erring flock, and there was nothing for the swimmers but to make a quick exit on their own account to prevent the usual rescue. Still determined upon the teaching of the useful art to his sons, Jack Sr. one day actually locked Daniel Deliverer in the dining room while the lesson was in progress. His heart-rending howls penetrated to the creek, whereupon Mrs. Delivre herself, protesting that Daniel Deliverer should never be ill-treated after what he had done for her and hers, swimming or no swimming, threw open the prison doors. It was on this occasion that the Delivre boys, one and all, declared that swimming lessons were off, that Daniel Deliverer's peace of mind was worth more to them than a knowledge of swimming could ever be. Yet the mutineers were not happy. They had taken as ducks to the water, and though they loved Daniel Deliverer more, they could not love the cooling waters less. The thought of using force with Daniel Deliverer never occurred to anyone, but all means of instruction and persuasion were tried. The village doctor was consulted for an opinion as to the best means of enlightenment, and the Delivre boys, in a body, waited upon the parson to ask for his advice, also his prayers, in behalf of the ignorant or hardened state of Daniel. It was in the last week of August that Miss Jenny Barnstable, a teacher of kindergartening and a college chum of Mrs. Delivre, visited them and was taken into confidence concerning the family skeleton. "I wonder what he would learn by kindergartening," said she. "I have taught the stupidest children things they never could otherwise learn, and Daniel Deliverer is not stupid." "I should say Daniel Deliverer is not stupid," echoed the boys. "He knows everything, except this one thing." Would you be willing to expend $10 or $15 on Daniel Deliverer's education? I mean, for a set of mechanical swimming toys? I'd pay $50 if necessary, said Mr. Delivre. At the end of the week began the kindergartening of Daniel Deliverer. The bathtub full of water served as a pool wherein were placed a party of aluminum children and grown-ups, so constructed with inside machinery that after being wound up, they would swim and float for 10 minutes. Several times a day, Daniel Deliverer, lured by chewing gum, was taken to the bathroom in company with Miss Barnstable, placed upon a low chair beside the tub, and told to watch sharp. At first, a large company of swimmers was put in the water, but thinking that the object lesson might more readily appeal were the party reduced to 5, all were removed except one large swimmer and 4 smaller ones, and Daniel Deliverer watched sharp and chewed his gum. At the end of a week, a new element was introduced into the tub, a mechanical toy dog, so constructed that it swam dog fashion. Now, Daniel, watch the dog, said Miss Barnstable. Another week went by, with many lessons at the edge of the tub, and when the middle of September had come, Miss Barnstable said, "Let's try the creek. I won't stake my life on Daniel Deliverer's education being complete, but I'd like to try." With her hand inside the dog's collar, she seated herself upon the bank, while the Livres walked gingerly into the water, continually looking back toward Daniel Deliverer, now panting excitedly, while the grip of his kindergartner tightened on his collar. As they fell upon their backs and began floating, the panting increased in volume. "I can't hold him," she suddenly called out as Daniel Deliverer shook off her grip and plunged in. "Don't scamper! Don't scream!" she cried again as Daniel Deliverer neared the twins. But he did not grab them. A loud, joyous bark, as of hallelujah, ascended to the blue, as the brown of his body plunged gaily into their midst, then swam lustily ahead, challenging them to a contest. End of section 20, read by Elsie Selwyn. Section 21 of Hearth and Home, Collected Poems and Stories by Various. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Wait for the wagon. Will you come with me, my Phyllis dear, to yon blue mountain free, where the blossoms smell the sweetest? Come, rove along with me. It's every Sunday morning, when I am by your side. We'll jump into the wagon, and all take a ride. Wait for the wagon, wait for the wagon. Wait for the wagon, and we'll all take a ride. Where the river runs like silver, and the birds sing so sweet, I have a cabin, Phyllis, and something good to eat. Come, listen to my story, it will relieve my heart, so jump into the wagon, and off we will start. Wait for the wagon, wait for the wagon, wait for the wagon, and we'll all take a ride. Do you believe, my Phyllis dear, old Mike with all his wealth can make you half so happy as I with youth and health? We'll have a little farm, a horse, a pig, a cow, and you shall mind the dairy while I do guide the plow. Wait for the wagon, wait for the wagon, wait for the wagon, and we'll all take a ride. Your lips are red as poppies, your hair so smooth and neat, all braided up with dahlias and hollyhocks so sweet. It's every Sunday morning when I am by your side. We'll jump into the wagon and all take a ride. Wait for the wagon, wait for the wagon, wait for the wagon, and we'll all take a ride. Together on life's journey, we'll travel till we stop, and if we have no trouble, we'll reach the happy top. Then come with me, sweet Phyllis, my dear, my lovely bride. We'll jump into the wagon and all take a ride. Wait for the wagon, wait for the wagon, wait for the wagon, and we'll all take a ride. End of section 21, read by Elsie Selwyn. Section 22 of Hearth and Home, Collected Poems and Stories by Various. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Specially Jim. I was mighty good-looking when I was young, pert and black-eyed and slim, with fellers a-courtin' me Sunday nights, specially Jim. The likeliest one of 'em all was he, chipper and handsome and trim, but I tossed up my head and made fun of the crowd, specially Jim. I said I hadn't no opinion o' men, and I wouldn't take stock in him, but they kept a-comin' in spite of my talk, specially Jim. I got so tired of having 'em around, specially Jim, that I made up my mind I'd settle down and take up with him. So we was married one Sunday in church. 'Twas crowded full to the brim. 'Twas the only way to get rid of 'em all, specially Jim. End of section 22, read by Elsie Selwyn. Section 23 of Hearth and Home, Collected Poems and Stories by Various. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Drinking House Over the Way. The room was so cold, so cheerless and bare, with its rickety table and one broken chair, with its curtainless window with hardly a pane, to keep out the snow, the wind, and the rain. A cradle stood empty, pushed up to the wall, and somehow that seemed the saddest of all. In the rusty old stove the fire was dead. There was snow on the floor at the foot of the bed. And there, all alone, a pale woman was lying. You need not look twice to see she was dying. Dying of want, of hunger and cold. Shall I tell you her story, the story she told? No, ma'am, I'm no better. My cough is so bad. It's wearing me out, though, and that makes me glad. For it's wearisome living when one's all alone, and heaven, they tell me, is just like a home. Yes, ma'am, I've a husband, he's somewhere about. I hoped he'd come in, for the fire went out. But I guess he is gone where he's likely to stay. I mean, to the drinking house over the way. It was not always so, and I hope you won't think too hard of him, lady. It's only the drink. I know he's kind-hearted, for oh, how he cried for our poor little baby the morning it died. You see, he took sudden and grew very bad, and we had no doctor, my poor little lad, for his father had gone, never meaning to stay, I am sure, to the drinking house over the way. And when he came back, 'twas far in the night, and I was so tired and sick with fright of staying so long with my baby alone, and it cutting my heart with its pitiful moan. He was cross with the drink, poor fellow, I know. It was that, not his baby, that bothered him so. But he swore at the child as panting it lay, and went back to the drinking house over the way. I heard the gate slam, and my heart seemed to freeze, like ice in my bosom, and there on my knees, by the side of the cradle, all shivering I stayed. I wanted my mother. I cried, and I prayed. The clock, it struck 2, ere my baby was still, and my thoughts went back to my home on the hill, where my happy girlhood had spent its short day, far, far from the drinking house over the way. Could I be that girl, I, the heartbroken wife, there watching alone while that dear little life was going so fast that I had to bend low to hear if he breathed, 'twas so faint and so slow? Yes, it was easy, his dying. He just grew more white, and his eyes opened wider to look for the light. As his father came in, 'twas just break of day, came in from the drinking house over the way. Yes, ma'am, he was sober, at least mostly, I think. He often stayed that way to wear off the drink, and I know he was sorry for what he had done, for he set a great store by our first little one. And straight did he come to the cradle bed where our baby lay dead, so pretty and fair. I wondered that I could have wished him to stay when there was a drinking house over the way. He stood quiet a while, did not understand, you see, till he touched the cold little hand. Oh, then came the tears, and he shook like a leaf, as he said 'twas the drinking that made all the grief. The neighbors were kind, and the minister came, and he talked of my seeing my baby again, and of the bright angels. I wondered if they could see in that drinking house over the way. And I thought when my baby was put in the ground, and the men with their spades were shaping the mound, if someone only would help me to save my husband who stood by my side at the grave. If only it were not so handy to drink. The men that make laws, ma'am, sure didn't think of the hearts they would break, of the souls they would slay, when they licensed that drinking house over the way. And it's tempting him here, and it's tempting him there. 4 places I've counted in this very square, where a man can get whiskey by night and by day, not to mention the drinking house over the way. I've been sick ever since, and it cannot be long. Be pitiful, lady, to him when I'm gone. He wants to do right, but you never can think how weak a man grows when he's fond of drink. There's a verse in the Bible the minister read, no drunkard shall enter the kingdom, it said. And he is my husband, and I love him so, and where I am going, I want him to go. Our baby and I will both want him there. Don't you think the dear Savior will answer your prayer? And please, when I'm gone, ask someone to pray for him at that drinking house over the way. End of section 23, read by Elsie Selwyn. Section 24 of Hearth and Home, Collected Poems and Stories by Various. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. God be with you till we meet again. God be with you till we meet again. By his counsel's guide uphold you. With his sheep securely fold you. God be with you till we meet again. Till we meet, till we meet, till we meet at Jesus' feet. Till we meet, till we meet. God be with you till we meet again. God be with you till we meet again. Neath his wings protecting hide you. Daily manna still provide you. God be with you till we meet again. Till we meet, till we meet, till we meet at Jesus' feet. Till we meet, till we meet. God be with you till we meet again. God be with you till we meet again, when life's perils thick confound you, puts his arms unfailing round you. God be with you till we meet again. Till we meet, till we meet, till we meet at Jesus' feet. Till we meet, till we meet. God be with you till we meet again. God be with you till we meet again. Keep love's banner floating o'er you. Smite death's threatening wave before you. God be with you till we meet again. End of section 24, read by Elsie Selwyn. Section 25 of Hearth and Home, Collected Poems and Stories by Various. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. I'm wearing my heart away for you. I wonder where you are tonight, my love, as all alone I sit and dream. I wonder if your heart's with me tonight, and if the same stars for you gleam. I sometimes fear there is another love, some fairer face has won your heart. But I hope the day will never come, the day that we two must live apart. I'm wearing my heart away for you. It cries aloud, my love, be true. I dream of you by night. I long for you by day. I'm wearing my heart away for you. The bees are droning in the wildwood, love. The flowers, their tiny heads bow low. The birds are singing soft and plaintively. They miss your dear, kind face, I know. From o'er the meadow comes a faint perfume. It whispers gently, love, you're true. But oh, my darling, if you only knew, I'm wearing my heart away for you. I'm wearing my heart away for you. It cries aloud, my love, be true. I dream of you by night. I long for you by day. I'm wearing my heart away for you. End of section 25. Read by Elsie Selwyn. Section 26 of Hearth and Home, Collected Poems and Stories by Various. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. John Kurtz by Pearl Clifford. Madam, I know written words are cold and vain, they cannot comfort. Even this brief expression of my deep sympathy may seem an intrusion, yet I trust the assurance that your great grief finds its way to my heart and bids me write will be sufficient apology. May the All-Father bless and keep you, and in his mercy enable you with eyes of faith to pierce the clouds of sorrow, finding the light of that peace which the world cannot give. With deep respect and sympathy, John Kurtz. Respect and sympathy. Yes, John Kurtz. I know, now 'tis too late, that your great manly heart contained both, and would have given me the fruits of them, asking nothing in return but the friendship which I so blindly withheld. I have learned at last, through long and painful teaching, how rare such generous natures are in this selfish world, which cries give, give insatiably, until one has not left save a bankrupt life. 2 years have dragged themselves over my heart's calendar since that letter was written. Today only have I broken its seal. But what shall pierce the clouds of sorrow now? A Stygian gloom has gathered round my life and settled down upon my weary heart, shutting out every ray of light. My eyes are so dim with weeping that they cannot bear to look even at the sunny memories of my girlhood, whose perfect happiness seems never to have been truly mine, so alien is it to my present misery. Oh, I cannot endure the intolerable crushing weight of a remorseful past, a wretched present, and a hopeless future. Why has my husband kept this letter from me and estranged me from the only friend I have left in the world? Alice Dupree buried her face in her hands and wept bitterly, not tears of sorrow such as had welled up from her grief-stricken heart in a healing fountain when 2 years ago she was left fatherless, not stormy tears of passion, nor yet those tears of surcharged emotion which are wont to fall gently and refreshingly like summer showers from passing clouds. No, these were soul tears, wrung in anguish from the very depths of an outraged woman's inmost life. For 2 years she had nursed within her heart the elements which today burst forth in a fierce storm, beneath whose pitiless terrors poor humanity fell prostrate and helpless. Surely a weary, despairing heart, thrown back upon itself with no sustaining faith, no cheering hope, suffers an exquisite soul torture that seems to fathom the agony of a living death. Yet this terrible struggle was borne alone, and by a woman. I might have said a girl, but no. These latter tears had fallen on the grave of girlhood. John Kurtz and Madame Dupree, née Alice Barthel, both claimed as a birthplace the same pretty little seaport town. Alice was only a child. Her mother had died in giving her birth, leaving her to the tender care of a father who made of his daughter an idol at whose feet no sacrifice was too great to be laid. An Englishman by birth, Mr. Barthel had come to America to secure a freedom of life which he had not found in the circumscribed circles of his native land. With ample means at the disposal of a taste refined by education and travel, he was able to surround himself with all the comforts and elegancies of life, and soon after settling in his new home, the one thing thus far lacking in his fortunate career was vouchsafed to him in the perfect contentment of a happy marriage. His wife was an orphan of obscure parentage, but a true woman, whose noble qualities and modest virtues he had discovered beneath the guise of a humble teacher. A year of such happiness as rarely falls to the lot of man was theirs, and in looking forward to the birth of their firstborn, they awaited the crowning joy of their united lives. The darling came, but just as the fond mother seemed to have, quote, found the key of life, it opened for her the gates of death, end quote. An old nurse and her father were really the only companions Alice ever knew. The latter was also her teacher, and all the resources of his well-stored mind were devoted to her education. He placed within her reach that rich fruitage of knowledge which he had garnered in long years of patient research. His strong arm bent down the topmost branches of the tree of learning, that she might herself gather from them the fairest flowers, and thus fostered, her mind developed rapidly, and claimed as the dowry of its youth many acquirements rarely attained even in mature years. Yet its graceful symmetry lacked a certain strength and self-reliance that result only from unaided effort, and the growth of her intellect seemed quite independent of her life. She was a perfect child in feeling and experience. What wonder that her father found in her inexhaustible delight, and deemed the years of womanhood creeping apace were still far distant. When Alice was about 15 years old, Mr. Barthel had taken into his house the young man John Kurtz, in whose advancement he felt a benevolent interest. At first he acted as his secretary, but he proved so worthy of the confidence reposed in him that this connection soon included the entire charge of his patron's business affairs. Kurtz was a self-made man. He had studied life more than books, and profited by its varied and accurate instruction. His learning was not the useless hoard of memory, but an armory of weapons, tempered by experience and always ready for practical use. From the stern tuition of adversity, he had gained principles, consistent purposes, and courageous patience. He was a man to trust, to honor. Being a fine German scholar, it had been arranged, soon after his introduction into the Barthel family, that he should give lessons in this language to Alice, and ere long he came to look forward to the hours devoted to the study with unusual interest. He saw in the young girl the promise of a noble woman, and in their intercourse sought to instill into her mind all the best teachings which he had himself gathered from life and literature. Alas, that into each Eden must creep the serpent. The war fell upon our country, and the father of Alice was devoted to the northern cause, giving generously from his abundant substance, while she contributed her mite in such things as only woman's hands can make. It chanced on one occasion that a party of prisoners were detained in town by the delay of a train, and among them was an officer, whom sickness and exposure had reduced to a very weak and critical state. Mr. Barthel proposed to the lieutenant in command that the invalid should be left in his care. The prisoner gave his parole and was removed to the house of his benefactor, where, through weary weeks of illness and convalescence, nothing was spared to promote his comfort. Colonel Dupree was a man of fine presence and elegant hearing, and although a Frenchman, spoke the English language with a scarcely perceptible accent. He soon ingratiated himself into the hearts of the Barthels, and became a welcome guest in the household. He stated that he had joined the Confederate Army from pure love of adventure, the war having broken out during his travels through the South. He had served as staff officer under General Blank, for which position his early education had fitted him, but had resolved to return to France as soon as exchanged. Commending this resolution, his host obtained the desired exchange, and having become much interested in the young foreigner, invited him to join them in a summer tour before sailing for Europe. It is needless to trace the sad story step by step. The fascinations of the man of the world, heightened by the romantic influence of the scenes through which they journeyed together, were not without effect upon the heart of the young girl just budding into womanhood. A mother might have divined the latent romance that lurks in maidens' breasts, all the more wayward and daring because of their utter inexperience of true sentiment. But how could a father suspect it? John Kurtz alone saw the danger, and the painful discovery taught him also that he too had learned to love. How many weary hours of thought were his! Under any circumstances, honor would have compelled him to conceal his feelings, but now the task was doubly hard. He had long since suspected Colonel Dupree to be a bold adventurer. Could he let him go on without an effort to circumvent his wiles? And then came the doubt whether his mistrust was not prompted by jealousy. At last he resolved to tell Mr. Barthel his opinion of the foreigner, relying upon his honesty of purpose to justify the seemingly unwarrantable step. He did so, but the unsuspecting man of honor was hard to convince, even when his attention was called to many significant trifles before unnoticed. However, his resolve was taken, and with his accustomed frankness he told his daughter of his half-formed suspicions, and informed her of his decision to return home at once, which would suggest to the colonel the propriety of leaving them. Alice was so overcome by this denouement that she assented to all in a sort of stupefaction. Then came the first struggle in her young life. She thought, alas, the too often fatal mistake. She thought she loved, that life without this man would be to her a blank. Little did she know of the great world that lay beyond her sheltered home, and her childish ignorance of evil and of sorrow had been unconsciously fostered by the parental love that fondly fancied itself her impenetrable panoply. But no outward armor can guard against the illusions and deceits of life. That evening Alice, in a moment of impulsive confidence, told the colonel of her father's decision. He instantly saw and seized his advantage. The present was his only chance of winning the lovely heiress, and with the persuasive words of his wily tongue he wooed his innocent victim to fly with him. He played that bold game of now or not at all, most adroitly and with success. The hastily written note to a loving father, the gathering together of trinkets and clothing, a servant bribed, a secret marriage, and the curtain falls upon the final, irretrievable act of the feverish drama. The next morning Mr. Barthel received the following note, which disclosed the terrible truth. My own darling papa, I know I am doing wrong, but you will forgive me. I cannot give up Colonel Dupree. We shall be married tonight and sail for Europe tomorrow, but he promises to bring me back soon. Then you will forgive us, and we shall all be happy again together. Goodbye, dearest papa. Your own loving Alice. Happy again together! Poor deluded child, never would that bright vision be realized. When John Kurtz had waited beyond the usual hour for breakfast, and none of the party appeared, he went to Mr. Barthel's room, and receiving no response to his knock, listened and heard a low groan. Effecting an immediate entrance, he found his old friend lying on the floor, totally unconscious, and grasping a letter in his hand. He released it, read its contents, and knew all. For a moment he paused, as though it were more than he could bear. Then, raising the almost lifeless body to the bed, he summoned medical aid. But it was of little avail. The sudden shock had hastened the culmination of one of those invidious diseases which hang like an invisible sword of Damocles over many lives. Within the hour, the noble old man was no more. John was a man ever ready to face an emergency, and at this critical moment acted promptly. He immediately telegraphed to a friend in New York that Colonel Dupree and wife were to sail in one of the European steamers leaving that day, and requested him to impart the news of the death of Mr. Barthel. This done, he could only await the result and turn his attention to arranging the innumerable details for the removal of the remains. At noon, he received a telegram from the colonel, informing him they would return at once, and the evening train brought them. Alice was so overcome by the excitement of the last 24 hours that she could see no one, but sought her room at once. She stood face to face with her first sorrow, that sternest of all life's stern realities, the inconsolable bereavement of death. Alas, when she had drained the bitter cup of grief, remorse would mix like gall with its heavy dregs. It was no easy task for John Kurtz to meet the man who had wrecked his hopes and ruined the lives of those most dear to him, but for Alice's sake he strove to mask his feelings under a courteous exterior. Can two such natures meet and each not know for a surety their antagonism? Virtue measures swords with villainy, but cunning fence cannot always parry the powerful home thrusts of honest purpose. The colonel gave John Kurtz no opportunity for further conversation than was absolutely necessary to complete the arrangement for their departure in the early morning train, and it was not until they reached home and the funeral was over that the two men had an interview. Mr. Barthol had left a will bequeathing all his property, save $10,000 to John Kurtz, to his daughter, to remain in trust until she should be 21 years of age. His friend and legal advisor, Judge Alton, and John Kurtz were appointed trustees. When Colonel Dupree learned of this, a shade of ill-disguised dissatisfaction passed over his countenance, and he announced rather stiffly that as soon as the business matters could be settled, he should sail with his wife for Europe. This information was a terrible blow to John Kurtz, who had hoped that Alice would at least be near him, for he feared that her sad awakening was soon to come, and longed to soften, though he could not avert it. His frequent requests to see her were never granted, on the plea that she was not in a condition to see anyone, and that quiet was her only safeguard. When the time of their departure was drawing near, he once more urged his request. The colonel affected to hesitate, then informed him that his wife did not wish to see him again, but that he would convey his wish to her. The following morning, John received this answer, written in a trembling hand. Mr. Kurtz, it is impossible for me to see you. Circumstances do not justify me in doing so. Alice Dupree. The strong man bowed his head and turned away in silence, while the colonel's eyes gleamed with demoniacal satisfaction. On reconsidering the little note, John saw plainly that he had been the victim of misrepresentation, and in fact everything seemed to conspire against him. Hard as it was to feel that Alice had been so ready to mistrust him, he attributed much to the influence of her husband, and resolved to make one last effort to communicate with her. It seemed almost hopeless, but he could not bear that their intercourse should cease without a single parting word. He wrote the note which is read by Alice in the opening of this story. Under its guise of formality throbbed a current of deep feeling. It was calculated to betray nothing, should it fall into the hands of her husband, and yet the warmth of affection would educe from its simple words their hidden heartfelt meaning, even as heat makes legible characters traced in invisible ink. This note he enclosed to a friend in New York, begging him to deliver it in person. The old house was closed, its occupants gone, and the terrible excitement of months had passed away. The conflicting emotions that had swept over the life of John Kurtz and pitiless desolation had spent their violence. His inalienable love and pity remained, and disappointment and misunderstanding had not made him morbid. Although a certain dreary loneliness had settled upon his life, and a crushing weight of anxiety and regret often pressed heavily upon his heart, he looked forward to the future with unswerving trust and steadfast patience. He was the grand faith of the Christian. That man, poor fallen man, with all his weakness and littleness, can look up to the almighty creator of worlds and feel that he is mindful of him, that he will care for him with a father's love. That trust never failed him. A year slipped from the revolving calendar, and the record of a second was half unrolled when John decided to go to Europe, ostensibly to perfect some business arrangements, really to learn some particulars of Alice, of whom nothing had been heard since her departure. Arrived in Paris, he had but one clue, the banker through whom the remittances had been made from the estate. In applying to him, he was informed that Colonel Dupree was traveling in Germany. Thither he directed his course, and judging from his knowledge of the man that he should find him at some fashionable gambling resort, proceeded to Hamburg. Here a trace was obtained, for the colonel was well known in the place as a roué and notorious gambler, but he had left several weeks previous for Wiesbaden. Pushing on as rapidly as possible to this place, most startling news awaited him. Colonel Dupree had arrived there, as reported, had lost heavily at play, and one evening, while at the gaming table, in a delirium of excitement, he grossly insulted a stranger who shot him on the spot. His assassin had escaped, and these were all the facts John could learn. Of Madame Dupree, no one could give him any information. It was not even known that the deceased had a wife. Certainly she had not been there. John Kurtz was surprised and troubled, and used every endeavor to find the valet of the late colonel, With some difficulty the man was discovered, and proved to be as worthless as his master. Money bought what knowledge he possessed, and he stated that the lady was living in a little village about 15 miles from Wiesbaden, that she had been very ill but was slowly recovering, and that she was not yet aware of the death of her husband. His delay to inform her of it was accounted for by many specious excuses, but John strongly suspected the fellow had served some purpose of his own by the concealment. Ordering a carriage, he drove to the village, taking the valet with him, and during the drive elicited some information respecting Colonel Dupree. It seemed he was well connected, and had been educated for the army, but early in life became exceedingly dissipated, and left his country in consequence of being involved in debt. Then followed his experience in the Confederate Army, and as a prisoner, and his marriage. On his return to Europe, he hardly made a pretense of introducing his wife to society, and his selfish indifference gradually resulted in her entire seclusion. They wandered from place to place to gratify his passion for novelty and amusement. The greater part of the money received from the estate was squandered at the gaming table. Careless expressions of the valet on giving this account were significant to John Kurtz. They revealed what an angel of patience the inexperienced, indulged girl had been in her offers to win her husband to a better life, how bravely she had striven to reconcile the dissimilarity of their ideas and habits, and to accommodate herself to the frivolous life of the gay circles he frequented. The effort had been fruitless and was relinquished, for such a nature as hers could not find distraction when it had vainly sought redress. She grew dispirited and ill, and welcomed the solitude to which she was left by the protracted absence of her husband. Poor Alice! Brief had been the illusion and bitter the trials of her married life. During this conversation, the carriage had rolled rapidly on, and now stopped before a neat little cottage. John directed the valet to remain where he was with the driver, and await his return. Then, swinging open the little gate, strode rapidly up the walk, but paused a moment upon the threshold. He had been so absorbed in the search that he had not thought of the meeting that was now so near. The impulse had been to find and to care for her. He had scarcely thought of himself or what their interview might be. Only a door separated him from the woman he loved, and the past crowded in upon him as upon the drowning man in one brief moment. Presently he knocked sharply. The door was opened by a stolid servant girl, who replied to his inquiry that madam was indisposed and saw no one. "Take this card to her. I will wait till you return." The flaxen-haired maid, with an incredulous air, obeyed his direction and disappeared within a side room. A shriek, a fall. John hurriedly pushed open the door and, motioning the terrified girl to stand aside, raised the insensible form of Alice to the sofa. By the use of simple restoratives, she soon rallied a little enough to faintly murmur, John Kurtz," and immediately relapsed into another swoon. While using every endeavor to restore her to consciousness, John could not fail to remark the terrible change that had been wrought. The thin, wan face and sunken eyes told all too plainly the story of her sufferings. Suddenly there was a movement, the eyes half unclosed, and she made a vain attempt to rise, asking faintly, "Was it only a dream?" John dismissed the German girl, who stood by, kindly but curious, then answered softly, "No, Alice, it is all true. I am here, your old friend." "And you will not leave me?" "No, Alice, never again, until you bid me." A long, troubled sigh followed. The eyes closed as if satisfied that they had not been deceived, and the weary heart found utterance in an uncontrollable flood of tears, which John did not try to check, though at intervals he spoke to her soothingly. "Be at rest, Alice, child," he said. "The cloud has passed." She started up in sudden fear. "But John, if he should come—" "He will never come again, Alice. He is dead." "Dead?" she repeated in a low tone, looking into John Kurtz's eyes, where she had never read aught save truth. Their mute assurance was enough, and without a question she sank back upon the cushions. John did not speak. There was no need for words. He saw a peaceful look settle upon her features, heard a sigh of relief flutter between her lips, and knew that his tidings had been of an unhoped deliverance. The chains that bound her life in spite of rebellious struggles of her tortured heart were broken. She made no hollow pretense of grief it was impossible she should feel. The first delusion of attachment had vanished long since, leaving neither respect nor pity in its place, for her husband had done her an irreparable wrong. He had betrayed her guileless trust only to win her fortune. It alone had been the lure to his sordid nature, and to seize it he had trampled ruthlessly upon all the fair possibilities of her young life. The alienation was complete. Their union was naught save a galling fetter. All this, of which a hint had been given in the broken words of Alice's first greeting, John now divined in its full extent as he watched her, worn out by excitement and revulsion of feeling, and still too weak from recent illness to try to think, lying just conscious of the blessed succor and tender care, until she sank into a quiet sleep. How his heart throbbed with thankfulness for the restored confidence and the merciful release of death. The sorrowful past was almost forgotten, or rather it was brightened by a budding hope that its trials, bitter as they had been, were still not those that blight the heart forever. Better far the most ghastly wounds than a subtle poison instilled into the very life-blood. With the lightning speed of thought, these conjectures passed through the brain and gave place to yearning pity, which drowned all other emotions, even the indignation and contempt which had been already hushed by the cold finger of death. Presently he left the room and summoned the servant, whom he informed of the death of Colonel Dupree, as well as that he should remain until the morrow, when, if Madame Dupree was available, they would leave. He next called the valet and directed him to return to Wiesbaden for a comfortable carriage, which should convey them on the following afternoon to the nearest railway station, whence they would take the train en route to Paris. The man departed with this and other commissions, and did not return again. Re-entering her room, he found Alice still sleeping, and was about to withdraw, when his eye fell upon an open note lying near the sofa. He instantly recognized his own signature. It was his farewell letter, written long ago and only opened by her a few moments before John arrived with the news of her husband's death. That morning, in searching among the colonel's papers, she had discovered an envelope containing the note which should have been delivered to her in New York, and Alice was learning the last bitter lesson of her married life as John drove up to the door of her cottage. Another thread was woven into the web of his thought, one that shone like a tiny gleam of gold from out the raveled past. Alice slept several hours and awoke refreshed and with a lighter heart than she had known for months. She hardly realized that the events of the day had not been a dream until the German girl, who was watching by her side, delivered a message from John, that he would come to her whenever she desired. She lay silent a moment, then, as if afraid of her own thoughts and feeling the necessity for action, rose, and with the girl's assistance rearranged her toilette, knotting a ribbon at her throat in the old tasteful fashion, though with a self-pitying smile. Then she sent for John, who, as he entered, said, "You are better, Alice. Your sleep has refreshed you." Taking both his hands in hers, she drew him to a seat, saying, "I would like just to look at you and think for a long time. Yet there are so many questions I would ask, so much that I should tell you. First, let me know how you came abroad at this time, and how you found me out in this remote place." She stopped suddenly, overcome by bitter recollections, and her voice broke as she added, "Oh, John, you cannot respect me now." His answer was one to soothe and strengthen her. "There is, indeed, very much to be told by both of us, Alice, but not tonight. You need rest. Try to take it and not to trouble about anything. That I do respect you, you cannot doubt, and—" "But, John," interrupted Alice, "think of what I have done. I have not only wrecked my own life, but I have killed my darling father." No, Alice, you must not feel thus. You are young yet, and with God's blessing, there is much happiness still in store for you. The trial has been a sad one, but let us hope the dark hours are past. Your dear father is no more, but were he living, think how fondly he would welcome you again to the old home, and if from the better land he can look down upon you now, would not his words be, 'Live on, my child, let the future atone for the past'? You know this, Alice. Live for him, then. The kind parent who watches over all will bless you, and from the night of darkness shall dawn the light of a holier, happier day." Alice listened silently, the tears stealing down her cheeks. Kind words from a noble heart were to her as cooling waters to the weary traveler on the arid desert. Later he told her in a few brief words of the arrangement made for her departure, to which she assented gratefully. The perfect reliance she felt upon him was an inexpressible rest to her, weak and agitated as she was, and well did his tender care justify her implicit trust. He felt her cheered and consoled, with a shadow of her old smile resting on her face as she said, "I wish I could thank you for all you are to me, but no words could do that. Good night." The next day they started on their journey. Alice bore it better than was anticipated. They traveled slowly, however, and from Paris proceeded to England. Alice desired to visit Grassendale, a quiet little village, her father's birthplace, of which he had often told her. John was not only willing to grant her every wish, but felt also that the delay and rest would be well for her before making the voyage home. At twilight one day, they drove up to the little inn, and their sojourn in the quiet hamlet was prolonged beyond their intention, so welcome did they find its peaceful seclusion. During the journey, Alice had at times been very much depressed, though it did not seem in consequence of her talks with John, which were never painful. He had told her what it was necessary she should know of Colonel Dupree's death, and henceforth his name was rarely mentioned. This pall fell over her miserable married life, blotting it out of existence. Its memory might still haunt her like a ghost, but in their conversations so much was tacitly understood between them that the spectre was seldom summoned by indirect allusion. John did not wonder at the depression which his yearning love and pity could not alleviate, but he hoped time and change would ultimately banish it. To his surprise, as time approached for them to sail, Alice became even more sad and dispirited. One afternoon they had strolled away from the village by a rustic path which led them up a little knoll, on which they paused to watch the sunset. It was the loveliest hour of the day. Quiet brooded over the fair landscape of field, wood, and hamlet. The vesper songs of the birds came sweetly through the dewy air, and in the west, gorgeous clouds of crimson and gold burned slowly away with hidden fires, till at last only their gray outlines and violet ashes remained. Alice seated herself on a fallen tree. She had been unusually silent during the entire walk. John broke the stillness. "Alice, child, you are keeping something from me. You are nursing a sorrow that you have not shared with me. Cannot you trust me?" She turned her face up to his, was silent a moment, as she looked into his anxious eyes, then said, "Trust you? Yes, John Kurtz, I would trust my very soul in your keeping, but why should I burden you with a sorrow I alone ought to bear? I was thinking when you spoke that I was like a wrecked ship drifting back to the shore from whence it sailed. Stranded there, its shattered hulk may survive the storm of a few years, then the waves will engulf it, and the wild winds sing its requiem. I know it is wrong, but sometimes I wish my requiem were sung. Nay, do not interrupt me. I know all you would say. You are good, noble, true, but oh God, it is terrible, this being thrown back on oneself, and that self so utterly weak and— Alice, interrupted John. I cannot, will not listen to this longer. I cannot, for I love you too dearly. Were your life a wreck, then were mine also. I have lived for you, and now that, after weary years of waiting, I have found you and would take you home to my heart, can I listen to these words from your lips?" The soul of the strong man had spoken. The pent-up thought of his life had found utterance, and he trembled at its shaping. Alice answered not, but buried her head in her hands. Again John gently broke the silence. "Alice, forgive me. I had not thought to have told you this, at least not until I had conducted you safely back to your old home." "Forgive you? Rather you forgive me for not having all to bestow that you ask," murmured Alice, then added hurriedly, "John, I must return now. I cannot talk more tonight. I can scarcely think. I will tell you all tomorrow." In silence they turned homeward, and reaching the little inn, parted with a trembling "Good night." What words could record the passage of those solitary, sleepless hours that followed, the heart-questionings, the harrowing doubts, the retrospection, the hopes and joy? The morning came at last, and John Kurtz awaited Alice in their little sitting-room. The door opened, she entered, their eyes met in one long look, and as the strong arms encircled her, she whispered, "You have all my love, dear John." End of section 26, read by Elsie Selwyn. Section 27 of Hearth and Home, Collected Poems and Stories by Various. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Eva's Letter by Mary W. Cabell. At the White Sulphur at last! Such was the joyful exclamation of Eva Bernard as she lightly sprang from the cars. No wonder she felt like a bird released from a cage, for she had been traveling several days and nights to reach this goal, she and her party having come all the way from New Orleans, the party consisting of her father and mother, her aunt, Mrs. Armstrong, and her cousin, Willie Armstrong. Beside, Eva was just 18, and this was her first appearance in society. As Judge Bernard, with his party, entered the hotel, the delicious strains of a brass band floated out on the air, and eager eyes peered over the staircase, everyone being anxious to discover if any of his friends or acquaintances were among the arrivals. The newcomers were then ushered into a reception room, where they had to stand the ordeal of hundreds of curious eyes. After a lengthy colloquy with the clerk, Judge Bernard succeeded in having a cottage assigned to him in Paradise Row, and withdrew with his family to seek that repose which the fatigues of travel rendered so necessary. "I am so glad you have been here before, Father," said Eva the next morning, "for you can act as a kind of Murray's guidebook to me and answer all my questions." And she continued to catechize him until they proceeded to breakfast. Here the array of beautiful morning robes was remarkable. One could readily tell, however, from what portion of the Union a lady came by her toilette. The northern belles wore a richer, heavier dress than the southern. Nearly all the latter appeared in light, airy, fluffy muslins and organdies. Each section thus adapted unconsciously their costumes to the requirements of their native climate. "As we have finished our breakfast," said Mrs. Bernard, "let us go into the reception room. Everyone walks there after breakfast, and I am sure we shall meet friends and acquaintances." This proposition was hailed with pleasure. The party took their seats and watched the great tide of promenaders, who walked up and down for an hour or two after breakfast. In the throng, Judge Bernard recognized acquaintances from various quarters, and, among them, one whom he greeted with peculiar cordiality and presented to his family as Mr. Singleton. The latter had scarcely exchanged greetings with them when a fresh tide of acquaintances claimed their notice, so, leaving them to gayer companions, he entered into conversation with Judge Bernard. Eva stole an occasional glance at him, however, for there was something in his face that made it different from all others she had ever seen. It was high-bred, calm, and noble-looking. The features were Roman. To Eva's fancy, he seemed the very embodiment of a Roman senator in the days when Rome was in her prime. He had passed the first flush of youth, and there was an undercurrent of thoughtfulness and sadness about him, which set her to wondering what grief or disappointment he could have known. Suddenly, her meditations were interrupted by one of the Strauss waltzes. The band had commenced playing for the German, which was danced every morning from 11 to 1 o'clock. A handsome Creole claimed Eva for his partner, and soon they were floating gracefully around the room. Meantime, Judge Bernard reveled in a sea of politics, while Mrs. Bernard and Mrs. Armstrong chatted merrily with a coterie of familiar friends. When the sun began to sink in the west, the whole place, which during the heat of the afternoon had undergone a temporary lull, became astir again. Many elegant private equipages were brought forth, and the lawn was gay with promenaders, whose costumes Worth could scarcely have criticized, while a Mohammedan might have thought himself transported to paradise, and surrounded by houris, so radiant was the display of beauty. Not the least conspicuous in this galaxy of fair women was Eva Bernard. Her patrician air, clear-cut features, and beautiful dark eyes made up a face of uncommon attraction. While walking on the lawn, Judge Bernard's party again encountered the distinguished-looking Roman senator, as Eva inwardly designated Mr. Singleton. "Miss Bernard, have you been to the Sulphur Spring yet?" he asked. "No, I have not," she replied. "In fact, I have not thought of it since I have been here. I did not come for the sake of the water. I came to enjoy myself. But I will go if you wish it, and at once." "Now," said Mr. Singleton, filling up a goblet when they had reached the portico, "let us drink each other's health." "As my health is perfect," said Eva, "there is no need for me to drink to it, nor to that of anyone else, indeed. So my toast is health to the sick." "I am afraid you do not drink that with hearty goodwill, Miss Bernard, as you have not taken more than a teaspoonful." "To tell the truth, I don't like it. It tastes as if it had been used to wash out a dirty gun barrel," she said saucily, "so I will pour out a libation to the goddess of the pavilion." She emptied the goblet as she spoke. "And now, let us go back and listen to that beautiful waltz which the band is playing." After Eva had retired to her room that night, she reflected on all the occurrences of the day, and recalled all the acquaintances she had made. No one rose so distinctly before her as Mr. Singleton. She had seen others, gayer, brighter, and strictly speaking, handsomer, but he had attracted her strangely. His face was the last image that floated before her ere she went to sleep. "You must come and sit at the table with us, my dear Singleton," said Judge Bernard, meeting him at the door of the dining-room the next morning. "With pleasure," rejoined Mr. Singleton. "Your agreeable companionship is more than half the pleasure of a meal." After this, Eva had daily opportunities to study the face that had so strangely impressed her. Always high-bred and courteous, there was yet a reserve about Mr. Singleton, which at times bordered on coldness. But when he unbent and smiled, the contrast was all the more delightful. It was like the sudden melting of snow, beneath which bloomed fragrant flowers. Nothing seemed further from his fancy than thoughts of love, though the innocent sweetness and freshness of Eva's ways sometimes drew from him a smile of almost fatherly tenderness. Some great storm had evidently passed over him, Eva thought, a deep and ill-fated love, perhaps, or it might be that ambition filled his heart to the exclusion of love. At any rate, while many admirers fluttered around Eva, the only man whose homage she would really have prized held aloof, or at best yielded her only such attention as a father or a brother might bestow. As the summer went on, the whirl became increasingly great, and about the middle of August the gaiety reached its zenith. "I thought it was gay when we first came here," said Eva, "but it was quiet and humdrum compared with what it is now. I long for tonight to come. It will be my first fancy ball." "You will see our old friends, Mary Stuart, Marie Antoinette, and a host of others, resurrected and made to walk forth, interspersed with a motley collection of nuns, gypsies, flower girls, etc., said Mr. Singleton dryly. "Oh, it may all seem very stale, flat, and unprofitable to you," said Eva, "but it will be like fairyland to me, because it is all new and fresh." "Happy, enviable mortal," said he. "The dew has not been shaken from the rose, nor the delicate blue brushed from the grape for you." Even when dress balls were not held, the ballroom nightly resounded to the tap of 100 feet, till 11 o'clock, when the prudent managers closed it, out of regard to the laws of health. After this hour, many persons, staying in cottages, held impromptu receptions on their porticos, where, until about midnight, the merry laugh and jest might be heard. Eva threw herself into this whirl with all the avidity that might be expected from a fresh young girl. But beneath the light foam of her outer existence, there was an undercurrent of something deeper and more serious. The woman's heart that had hitherto slumbered was now awakened, in bitter thought, by one who had only a quiet liking for her, and who would probably never descend from his pedestal to woo any woman. Need we say that it was Edmund Singleton who had made this impression on her? She loved him with a young girl's first, pure and warm affection, but a sense of maidenly pride and modesty made her guard her secret as though it had been a crime, for it seemed to her the most humiliating lot a woman could endure to have an unrequited love known. She trusted, with the vague, sweet, implicit trust of youth, that time would fulfill her hopes and bring her to the goal which now seemed so far off. As autumn approached, Judge and Mrs. Bernard became anxious to try a change, but so excessive was Eva's anxiety to remain at the White Sulphur till after the last grand ball of the season, that they consented to leave her under Mrs. Armstrong's chaperonage, with the agreement that, after the ball, Mrs. Armstrong, Willie, and Eva should join them at another watering place in the Virginia mountains. Willie Armstrong, though really a kind-hearted boy, was yet the plague of Eva's existence, so inexhaustible were his modes of teasing her. He would hide her jewel case, put salt in her coffee, slip sugar in her egg, and play off a variety of other boyish and disagreeable jokes. One evening, as Eva sat listlessly at her window, a servant handed in a letter addressed to herself. The handwriting was strange, and she looked at it with a vague flutter of expectation. She tore it open. It bore Edmund Singleton's signature, declared his attachment to her, and begged an immediate reply. Trembling with joy and excitement, she sat for some time unable to realize her happiness. How bewilderingly delightful it was. Yet it was strange, she thought, that he should have locked up his affection so carefully in his heart, never before having given indication of it by word or look. But then he was so peculiar and reserved. No matter, it was all her own now. She seized pen and ink, then paused, thinking it would be unmaidenly to reply so quickly. But reading again the words, imploring her to answer at once and not keep him in suspense, she wrote. She told him she could not give a positive answer before consulting with her parents, but knowing the estimation in which they held him, she thought no opposition from them need be feared. And then, though the veil of shyness still hung over her words, she said enough to show him that her heart was wholly his. Calling a servant, she bade him carry the letter to Mr. Singleton. As the servant approached Mr. Singleton's cottage, he met Willie Armstrong, who, catching a glimpse of the handwriting, exclaimed, "Did Miss Bernard give you that letter?" "Yes, sir," replied the man. "Then give it to me," said Willie impetuously. "It is not for you. It is for Mr. Edmund Singleton," said the servant. "Give it to me anyhow," said Willie. "I am Miss Bernard's cousin, and she won't mind. Here, I will pay you to give it to me." "But I can't do it," said the servant. "Miss Bernard told me to give it to no one but Mr. Singleton." They were now almost at Mr. Singleton's threshold, and Willie's anxiety to get possession of the letter became excessive. The contest was cut short by Mr. Singleton, who opened the door and asked what was the matter. Willie was in such an agony of embarrassment that he seemed unable to make any explanation, so Mr. Singleton took the letter and left Willie murmuring incoherently, "It was but a joke." As Mr. Singleton read the letter, a look of bewilderment came over his face. Expressions of amazement escaped his lips. At length he dropped the letter from his hands and sat in a deep reverie. He was interrupted by Willie, who seemed to have suddenly made up his mind to some desperate deed, and who burst in, exclaiming agitatedly, "Oh, Mr. Singleton, it was but a joke. I hope you won't think hard of it." "Explain yourself," said Mr. Singleton. "What do you mean?" "I had no idea it would go so far," gasped out Willie. "I thought she would have guessed directly that it was a joke." "You must really explain yourself more clearly," said Mr. Singleton sternly. "Well, I thought I would play off a little joke on Eva, so I wrote a letter and got one of my friends to copy it and send it to her, and... "Go on, sir," said Mr. Singleton icily. I stammered Willie, thoroughly confused, for the first time in his life. "I put your name to it, just for a joke, you know," added he, timidly and deprecatingly. "I gave it to a waiter who said he did not think he could deliver it before 5 o'clock this evening, but he carried it sooner, or I would have reached there in time to have kept that imbecile girl from answering it. What does make women such fools?" "Sir," said Mr. Singleton, "you have indeed acted most unjustifiably, both toward the lady and myself. Most men would deal severely with you. For the present, I demand that you preserve your silence about this matter. In the meantime, I will see what can be done to undo the mischief you have occasioned." But why was Mr. Singleton so forbearing? Why did he bind Willie to secrecy? It was not that he loved Eva as lovers love. He had, as yet, thought of her only as a pretty and interesting girl. But he had such a chivalry and tenderness of nature that he was inexpressibly touched by the innocent, guileless revelation of her pure young heart. He felt such a pity for the position in which she was placed. She had been trapped into laying bare the dearest and most sacred secret of a woman's life. What shame, agony, and humiliation would she suffer on discovering how she had been deceived and betrayed? He could not read her letter without a feeling of chivalrous tenderness. There was now no other image enshrined in his heart to bar out hers, for only the ashes of an extinguished and ill-fated love were there. Long he sat there, weighing the matter. His whole life was suddenly, violently revolutionized by a thoughtless, impertinent freak of boyish mischief. The gloom of twilight gathered around. Time passed. Some action must be taken. At length his decision was made. He proceeded to the ballroom where Eva was, with her aunt. As she saw Mr. Singleton enter, her heart seemed to stand still, such was its weight of joy. Her face glowed, radiant with a new beauty, the beauty of happy love. She lifted her eyes to Mr. Singleton's face with a shy, sweet, tremulous smile. "Let us walk on the lawn," said he, offering her his arm. It was not until they had left the throng behind and stood alone beneath the stars that either spoke. Then Mr. Singleton, skillfully avoiding all allusion to the letter, whose authorship he could neither deny nor confess, touched as if casually on her answer. "You have indeed conferred an honor on me," he said, "in avowing your preference, an honor which I can never sufficiently acknowledge." "Oh, Mr. Singleton," she murmured, "I never was so amazed. I had never dreamed that you cared for a simple girl like me, with all your talents and your dignity too." "Men often keep their thoughts secret," was Mr. Singleton's oracular reply. "They admire women who are unconscious of it. But indeed you rate yourself too humbly." "I have never wished for the regard of but one man," said she, artlessly, looking down. "And now it seems so strange that, in a world where they tell me there is so much grief and disappointment, such happiness should be mine." He was deeply touched. "My dear child," he said, "I pray that your happiness may be as great as you hope. From this hour, my life shall be dedicated to it." His decision was made at last. They walked up and down the lane, betrothed lovers. Never was betrothal so sudden and so strange. It was impossible for Mr. Singleton to feign altogether the language of impassioned love. But there were a gentleness and a tenderness in his air and manner that went almost as far. Eva thought that the reason he was so unlike the lovers she had read of and imagined was because he was so much older, graver, and more reserved than herself. And though his words were somewhat strangely chosen, somewhat formal and precise, these jarred but little on her, for she believed his heart and her blissful ignorance to be all her own. Before they parted for the night, Mr. Singleton obtained from Eva the letter written in his name and destroyed it. He knew that it could not bear the test of a cool, careful scrutiny, and he feared that it might later awaken suspicion in Eva's mind, especially when she had an opportunity of comparing it with his real handwriting. 6 months later, this unprecedented courtship was concluded by marriage, and in later years, so greatly did Eva's sweetness and goodness win upon Mr. Singleton, he loved her as fondly as she loved him, and was wont to consider Willie's practical joke as the most fortunate occurrence of his life. This is the only point on which he preserves secrecy toward his wife. the confidence between them being perfect and entire in all other respects. End of section 27, read by Elsie Selwyn. Section 28 of Hearth and Home, Collected Poems and Stories by Various. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Tell Mother I'll be there. When I was a little child, how well I recollect how I would grieve my mother with my folly and neglect. And now that she has gone to heaven, I miss her tender care. Oh, angels, tell my mother I'll be there. Tell Mother I'll be there to answer to her prayer. This message, guardian angels, to her bear. Tell Mother I'll be there, heaven's joy with her to share. Yes, tell my darling mother I'll be there. Though I was often wayward, she was always kind and good, so patient, gentle, loving when I acted rough and rude. My childhood griefs and trials she would gladly with me share. Oh, angels, tell my mother I'll be there. Tell Mother I'll be there and answer to her prayer. This message, guardian angels, to her bear. Tell Mother I'll be there, heaven's joy with her to share. Yes, tell my darling mother I'll be there. When I became a prodigal and left the old roof tree, she almost broke her loving heart in mourning after me. And day and night she prayed to God to keep me in his care. Oh, angels, tell my mother I'll be there. Tell Mother I'll be there and answer to her prayer. This message, guardian angels, to her bear. Tell Mother I'll be there, heaven's joy with her to share. Yes, tell my darling mother I'll be there. One day a message came to me, it bade me quickly come, if I would see my mother ere the Savior took her home. I promised her before she died for heaven to prepare. Oh, angels, tell my mother I'll be there. Tell Mother I'll be there, in answer to her prayer. This message, guardian angels, to her bear. Tell Mother I'll be there, heaven's joy with her to share. Yes, tell my darling mother I'll be there. End of section 28, read by Elsie Selwyn. Section 29 of Hearth and Home, Collected Poems and Stories by Various. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Measuring the Baby. We measured the riotous baby against the cottage wall. A lily grew at the threshold, and the boy was just as tall. A royal tiger lily with spots of purple and gold, and a heart like a jeweled chalice, the fragrant dew to hold. His eyes were wide as bluebells, his mouth like a flower unblown. 2 little feet, like funny white mice, peeped out from his snowy gown, and we thought with a thrill of rapture that yet had a touch of pain, when September comes with a golden rod, we will measure our boy again. Ah me, in a darkened chamber, with the sunshine shut away, through tears that fell like bitter rain, we measured the boy today. And the little bare feet so dimpled, and sweet as a budding rose, lay side by side together in the hush of a long repose. Up from the dainty pillow, white as the rising dawn, the little face lay smiling with the light of heaven thereon, and the dear little hands like rose leaves, dropped from a rose lay still, never to snatch at the sunbeams that crept to the shrouded sill. We measured the sleeping baby with ribbons white as snow for the little white velvet casket that awaited him below. And out of the darkened chamber we went with a childless moan. To the height of the sinless angels our little one had grown. End of section 29, read by Elsie Selwyn. Section 30 of Hearth and Home, Collected Poems and Stories by Various. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Swinging 'neath the old apple tree. Oh, the sports of childhood, roaming through the wild wood, running through the meadows, happy and free. But my heart is beating for the old-time greeting, swinging 'neath the old apple tree. Swinging, 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 lulling care to rest 'neath the old apple tree. Swinging, 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 swinging 'neath the old apple tree. Swinging in the sunbeams, floating in the shadow, sailing on the breezes, happy and free, chasing all our sadness, shouting in our gladness, swinging 'neath the old apple tree. Swinging, 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 lulling care to rest 'neath the old apple tree. Swinging, 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 swinging 'neath the old apple tree. End of section 30, read by Elsie Selwyn. Section 31 of Hearth and Home, Collected Poems and Stories by Various. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Now I lay me down to sleep. Near the campfire's flickering light, in my blanket bed I lie, gazing through the shades of night and the twinkling stars on high. O'er me spirits in the air, silent vigils seem to keep, as I breathe my childhood's prayer. Now I lay me down to sleep. Now I lay me down to sleep. I pray thee, Lord, my soul to keep. If I should die before I wake, I pray thee, Lord, my soul to take. Sadly sings the whippoorwill in the boughs of yonder tree. Laughingly the dancing rill swells the midnight melody. Foeman may be lurking near in the canyon dark and deep. Lo, I breathe in Jesus' ear. I pray thee, Lord, my soul to keep. Now I lay me down to sleep. I pray thee, Lord, my soul to keep. If I should die before I wake, I pray thee, Lord, my soul to take. Mid those stars one face I see, one the Savior turned away, mother who in infancy taught my baby lips to pray. Her sweet spirit hovers near in this lonely mountain break. Take me to her Savior dear, if I should die before I wake. Now I lay me down to sleep. I pray thee, Lord, my soul to keep. If I should die before I wake, I pray thee, Lord, my soul to take. Fainter grows the flickering light as each ember slowly dies. Plaintively the birds of night fill the air with saddening cries. Over me they seem to cry, you may never more awake. Lo, I lisp, if I should die, I pray thee, Lord, my soul to take. Now I lay me down to sleep. I pray thee, Lord, my soul to keep. If I should die before I wake, I pray thee, Lord, my soul to take. End of section 31, read by Elsie Selwyn. Section 32 of Hearth and Home, Collected Poems and Stories. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Hearth and Home, Collected Poems and Stories by Various. The Whistle. You have heard, said a youth to his sweetheart who stood, while he sat on a corn sheaf at daylight's decline. You have heard of the Danish boy's whistle of wood? I wish that that Danish boy's whistle were mine. And what would you do with it? Tell me, she said, while an arch smile played over her beautiful face. I would blow it, he answered, and then my fair maid would fly to my side and would here take her place. Is that all you wish for? That may be yours, without any magic, the fair maiden cried. A favor so slight one's good nature secures, and she playfully seated herself by his side. I would blow it again, said the youth, and the charm would work so that not even modesty's check would be able to keep from my neck your fair arm. She smiled, and she laid her fair arm round his neck. Yet once more would I blow, and the music divine would bring me the third time in exquisite bliss. You would lay your fair cheek to this brown one of mine, and your lips stealing past it would give me a kiss. The maiden laughed out in her innocent glee. What a fool of yourself with your whistle you'd make, for only consider how silly 'twould be to sit there and whistle for what you might take. End of section 32, read by Elsie Selwyn. Section 33 of Hearth and Home, Collected Poems and Stories by Various. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Isabel's Mistake by Iola Merrill. Only a tutor, murmured Isabel Vance to herself as she stood at her mirror, carelessly giving a few touches to her toilette before descending to tea. Only a poor tutor, not worth the trouble. And she replaced in its case the bracelet which she had been about to clasp on her arm. But then her thought changed. Since there was no one else at present upon whom to play off her charms, why not try their power upon the new tutor? So the bracelet was clasped on the white arm, the dark braids adjusted, and a glossy coronet above the haughty brow, and the spoiled beauty and heiress stepped into the pleasant summer room, secure of conquest. My niece, Miss Vance, Mr. Rutherford. A tall man of perhaps 30 arose and bowed with the unmistakable air of a gentleman, but beyond this there was nothing to please the fastidious young lady who so loftily returned the salute. He had a slight stoop in his shoulders, and was plainly clad in a suit of dark gray. Dark gray also were his eyes, and these were fixed for one instant quietly and gravely upon the face of Miss Vance, as her uncle introduced her. Not a particle of admiration in their calm glance, not a sign of surprise at the beauty thus suddenly displayed to him, and Isabel felt that for once she had failed. And as she sat listening to the brilliant conversation of the new tutor with her statesman uncle, a conversation in which only now and then she was called upon to make a remark, and noticed the interest with which it was pursued, regardless of her stately presence, she wondered to herself what manner of man this could be. She wondered the more next day, and for many days after, when, despite the smiles and fascinating airs to which she now condescended, Mr. Rutherford remained the same calm, courteous gentleman, respectful always, yet never seeking her society, never even asking permission to escort her in her solitary rides about the estate, Isabel's own, upon which, owing to her aunt's ill health and family mourning, they were spending the present summer. And at length Isabel began to feel a sort of haughty resentment toward this man, so insensible to her charms, so obdurate to her condescension. He, the poor tutor, and she, the beautiful, the wealthy Isabel Vance. It was provoking. At first she tried to persuade herself that this resentment was but contempt of the man's stupidity, but in this she failed. The more she saw of Mr. Rutherford, the more impossible she felt it to be to regard him with anything less than respect, nay, esteem, and soon, to her own great surprise, she found herself listening for the tutor's step, reading with interest whatever book he recommended, and strangely pleased at receiving from him one of those rare smiles which occasionally appeared upon his sternly compressed lips. Nay, before long, Miss Vance began to discover that Mr. Rutherford was handsome, with his deep dark gray eyes, his intellectual forehead, and that occasional smile, sweet almost as that of a woman, though rather sad. Isabel wondered often what could be the cause of this melancholy, which appeared to have grown upon him of late. Certainly he must have some trouble at heart, and this surmise served but to increase her interest in him. But gradually a revelation dawned upon the mind of Isabel Vance. One day, lounging carelessly in an armchair on the piazza, looking over a newly arrived magazine, she suddenly lifted her eyes as she turned a leaf. Mr. Rutherford was seated opposite, apparently absorbed in a paper. But as Isabel looked up, she met his eyes fixed full upon her, an intent, earnest gaze, as though he would mark and fix every lineament of her beautiful face upon his memory. And this in one who had hitherto scarcely glanced at her except when circumstances required. No wonder that Isabel started and blushed, or that her heart beat as she saw the tutor's eyes drop quietly again upon the paper, while a slow color mounted to his temples, betraying the emotion which his sternly disciplined features refused to express. From this moment a sweet dream seemed to dawn upon the life of Isabel Vance. This man loved her. She could not have misinterpreted that look. Not coldness, but pride had kept him at a distance. How should he, the poor tutor, presume to look up to the beauty and the heiress? And therefore was he disciplining himself, resolutely striving against and keeping down all expression of his feelings? And Isabel esteemed him the more for it. She was kinder to him after this discovery, kinder and gentler and more sweetly feminine in manner than ever before. And Mr. Rutherford, as though thereby encouraged, now laid aside a very little, of his distance, and would talk to her more freely, or show her his crayon sketches, in which he excelled, or bring her rare flowers from the woods, and sometimes now even join her in her strolls about the lawn and garden. Yet still no word or hint of his love. It was evident to Isabel that here was one of those strong, resolute, iron-willed men of whom she had read, who would suffer agony without a groan, who would die and make no sign. What could she do to subdue this proud will and induce him to speak? "Look, Cousin Belle, did you ever see anything so perfect?" It was Henry, Mr. Rutherford's pupil, who spoke, at the same time holding up a small crayon sketch of a graceful female head, in which Isabel at a glance recognized her own likeness. "Where did you get this?" she asked in surprise. "I found it in Mr. Rutherford's portfolio by accident, and in picking up the papers I saw this. It is so like you that I couldn't resist just running in a moment to let you see, though I'm afraid he wouldn't like it. He seemed always particularly careful not to allow me a glimpse of those papers," said the boy hastily. "Oh, Henry, run quickly and replace it, and do not say a word to anyone about it. Mr. Rutherford would be very much displeased." Her heart beat high as she sat there alone, with something of a tender yet triumphant joy. Had she not conquered this strong heart even against its own will? And yet how sweet it would be to let him know at last that she loved him, that she whom he dared not woo would gladly place all her brilliant gifts, youth, beauty, wealth, at the feet of the poor tutor whom she loved. How happy she could and would make him! She drew herself up proudly and stood before the mirror, surveying herself in her rich silken robes and jewels. No wonder the poor tutor in the grey coat had not dared to aspire to her, or to utter a word of love or wooing. But she, as a queen to her subject, as an heiress in her own house and in her own lands, could stoop a little without loss of maidenly pride or feminine dignity. She would let him know, delicately as might be, that he need not hesitate to tell his love, or fear that that love would be rejected. She had the opportunity earlier than she had expected. That evening, entering the library in search of a book, she was attracted by a volume which lay open upon a little table by the window. Turning its leaves, she saw that it was a Latin work, from which some person had evidently been making extracts, for several scraps of written paper lay between the leaves. Henry's work, perhaps. But as she raised one of those sheets, she saw amid the Latin words and sentences the name of Isabel, inscribed and partially erased, and then she detected beneath the hasty, erasive strokes of the pencil, "Darling Isabel." It was well that the young lady as hastily dropped the telltale paper, For the next moment Mr. Rutherford entered from an adjoining schoolroom, to which he had but for an instant retired from his literary task. He brought some fresh paper in his hand, and as he placed it on the table, he crumpled up and carefully burned the scrap which had so unconsciously to himself betrayed his secret. "I don't wish to interrupt you, Mr. Rutherford," said Isabel softly. "I came only in search of some interesting book, if such is to be found in this old-fashioned collection." "May I assist you?" he asked, advancing to her side as she stood before the somber-looking shelves. One after another he took down and rejected various volumes, looking, as Isabel observed, more than usually absent and distrait. A feeling of tender, womanly compassion filled her breast as she glanced up into the grave, serious face, and thought of the secret so nobly and manfully suppressed. With a few words she could make him happy. Why should they not be spoken? "You don't look very happy this evening, Mr. Rutherford," she said with one of her winning smiles, so rarely bestowed. "Perhaps I have cause for it, Miss Vance," he replied, smiling also, but sadly. "Were I a fairy," said she, with still that same look, yet unable to prevent a soft glow suffusing her cheek, "I should wave my magic wand and bestow upon you the boon necessary to make your happiness." He looked into her face with a strange, half-startled earnestness. "Thank you," he said. "I am not ungrateful for your kindness, though there are some treasures which no fairy's wand can bestow." "What, if I may ask?" He did not answer. He did not even look at her, but a shade of deep gravity came over his face. Would he never speak? "Is it a secret?" asked Isabel, half playfully, but with her heart beating faster. "Yes, a secret, since it concerns another." "A lady, of course?" "Yes, a lady." "And her name is—" "Isabel." He was looking down upon her with those deep, grave eyes, earnestly, searchingly, and yet doubtingly, as it seemed, a troubled and anxious expression which it might be difficult to interpret. Yet to Isabel Vance its meaning was clear. A bright crimson flushed her cheek. She was conqueror still. The proud, iron-willed man had yielded at last and confessed his love. A smile, half tender, hovered upon her lip. "And you were afraid to tell me this?" she murmured. "How could I have presumed to think that you would take an interest in the poor tutor's affairs?" "Because," she answered, "I had also my secret, and you are at liberty to guess it, if it will make you any happier." She held out her hand. He took it shyly, with all his face crimsoned. "Miss Vance, you do not mean to say—" "That I love you," she said with sudden impulsiveness, "that I read your secret long ago, and now only desire to make you happy." "My dear Miss Vance," he exclaimed, with a look and tone of such deep concern, not to say consternation and distress, that Isabel involuntarily withdrew her hand. "This must be some most unfortunate mistake on either my part or yours. Excuse my abruptness. Pardon me altogether. But as you say you read my secret, you must know also the name of the lady. Miss Isabel Norton." Isabel Vance covered her face with her hands, and with a low cry, a cry more of wounded pride than of wounded love, sank upon a sofa. She had at that moment but one feeling: shame, bitter, burning, crushing shame and humiliation, and she felt that she would gladly hide herself forever from the eyes of the man in whose presence she was. How could she meet his glance, perhaps of contempt, or stand again before him in her former pride and dignity, nay, even in the light of her maidenly delicacy, she who had, unsought, told him that she loved him? Happily, this trial was spared her. A fever and nervous headache coming opportunely to her aid kept her for some days confined to her room, and as she recovered, she learned with unspeakable relief that Mr. Rutherford had gone. Circumstances which he had not fully explained, yet of imperative necessity, had called him away. In her heart, Isabel appreciated the delicacy, and was grateful for it. On the day of his departure, her uncle showed her a beautiful, carefully finished sketch of herself, the very sketch which she had formerly seen. It had been undertaken by Mr. Rutherford at his own request, the old gentleman having been always particularly desirous of having some likeness of his beautiful niece in one of her careless, unstudied attitudes and expressions. And now Isabel knew the meaning of that look which had at first led to her terrible, humiliating mistake. She never knew the nature of Mr. Rutherford's love affair, that it should have caused him so much sadness. Yet it appears that it ended happily, since she read not long after of his marriage to Miss Isabel Norton of B-. End of section 33, read by Elsie Selwyn. End of Hearth and Home, Collected Poems and Stories by Various.